Woo! What's up, everybody? It's your boy Charlie. Charlie, that guy's fly. Kiss the girls and make them cry. Also, the goddamn law. The man, the plan, the goddamn Superman. Yep, that's me, Charles Lawrence Faulkner Jr. How are you doing today? If you in the chat, let me know you're here with a big woo. Woo! Yes, yes, yes. We're gonna talk about Stephco in a few minutes and the tragedy of the dark skinned girl. We got Azaki, or I hope I'm pronouncing your name. And no, that's not Stephco in the picture. Oh, got the red fox. Got my man Namer. Hey, the Macho Man. Elongo Savage. Sir out of Bayou. Oh, the villains here. Oh, yeah. JC the Conqueror. Woo! I'm listening. Oh, shoot. You ain't get no damn wrench. Nah, I'm giving you a wrench, man. I gotta get you a wrench. You wanted a faithful few, don't worry. Hold on. Woo! We got AB. We got Truth up in the building. We got Joe. Yes, keep going to woo! Oh yeah, by the way, if you haven't noticed, happy Black History Month. Happy Black History Month. Show your ass, black people, and show your greatness. I gotta give my man JC his wrench, man. He does. I do owe him a wrench. He been subscribe. He been donating. He been subscribing. He been getting people to join. Yeah, yeah. See, we're gonna go in depth about this Stephco thing, man. And if Stephco ever make it over here, guess what? I'll have a nice conversation with her. See, we gotta look at this. Look, just because you like Bonquisha and 3 Ton Tammy and Lizzo, don't put your wishes on me, man. Woo! I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say it now. I'm black and I'm proud. Everybody put a black fist in the air for Black History Month. Put that black fist up. Damn right, we're gonna put the black fist. If people get pissed, fuck them. Put them black fist up in the cats. Shoot, gotta put your black fist up in that joint. Oh yeah, feel good. Yeah, put your black fist up there. See, I gotta tell you. Namer said, Charles Faulkner Jr., let's be honest, if given the chance, would you consider Stephco a slow Tuesday? That's a Sunday. A very, very acknowledgeable Sunday. See, here's the issues. And I've been listening to a lot of what BGS was talking about, his and Obsidian's view of Stephco. And she is in the same boat as Obsidian. At least Obsidian handles it better. Or differently. Here's the problem. And I run into this bullshit a lot. Okay? See, I didn't cuss till after the 5 minute mark. He said you ain't shit. Never claimed to be, sir. Never claimed to be. And I got some cognac. Shout out to Kareem Austin. Woo! Always making me think of that Kareem where he put that big ass foot in Bruce Lee's chest every time I see his picture. I'm gonna say this. One of the biggest tragedies in a black man's life. Hell, it comes from being a young black boy. Probably around 5th grade, middle school. Is the girl you think is so beautiful does not believe you. The girl, she can be natural, dark, dark skin. And guess what? Still would not believe you. And this is going back into how many years, how many decades, how many generations? There are so many beautiful dark skinned girls out there. So many will not believe you. I mean, drop dead, looks like the fucking universe. Beautiful. Drop dead gorgeous. Flawless. They want to hear it from an 8. Some girls give me 7, some girls give me 8. The consensus is if I was 6'2" or 6'3" instead of 5'10", I'd be higher. What happens is this. A lot of this projection that I hear from Stephco and others like her, it's all in their head. All in their head. See, as men, what's up, Grinder? We gotta pick, as men, excuse me, we gotta pick as men either to go boldly with reality or be sheltered as boys. But a lot of women said, to hell with this. I'm gonna complain about what I want and I'm gonna shame men into what I want. We know that doesn't work that way. We don't waste our time doing it. But you see, ladies like Stephco. See, we know you late as hell with your nigga time. Goddamn. You see women like Stephco missing out on life because she's watching the trees and not gathering up the entire forest. Okay? Yeah, look at Trell. 5th grade girl. 5th grade girl. We played together, hung out, but she told me she wanted a light skinned dude like her cousin. And see, those are the ladies who end up lonely. Those are the ladies who end up lonely as hell. On their ass. Instead of looking at the world and marveling at it and actually saying, you know what, my standards are above my pay grade. When you're a specialist or a sergeant, you don't go to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and interrupt their meeting. Okay? It's above your pay grade. Some odd reason. Stephco and ladies like her wants it a one-way deal. Yeah, where your stink ass been, Dre? Probably fighting and shit. You can't have it a one-way deal. The saddest part is that Stephco could have been married years ago. Well, once again, who she liked didn't like her, and who liked her, she didn't want. Working your ass off. And it shows you how so many women out there, and yes, some men, but it's majority times women. Because, men can get pretty women just by working harder and earning more money and getting more status. That's our benefit. We don't get the beauty of women, so we got to earn our privileges elsewhere. That's why women try to say it's not fair. I was listening to a channel, I forget the brother's name, and he had a clip of this woman saying, if women are just as skilled as the men in combat, of course she doesn't know a damn thing about military fighting arts, military strategy, military science, or anything. And she doesn't realize that so many women were in positions because they had to lower the standards. Because 99% of the women could not meet the standards that men have to meet. And here comes the argument, well, is that fair? And the guy kept asking, is it fair? And she's like, well, it is fair. How is it fair if we got to increase their rock times, increase their running times, lower their push-ups, lower their pull-ups, lower their sit-ups? How is it possibly fair? Well, at least everybody gets to operate and get involved. Really? That's equality. You get to have an easier time to go and get it, but that's equality. And that's the part about it. And I remember listening to Obsidian, I think, yesterday. And I have to agree with him. If you don't have the looks, you better bring the femininity up over 9,000. You better bring the femininity up over 9,000. If you do not, there's the sidelines. If you do not, there's the sidelines. There are so many people out there who refuse to put in the work, who refuse to actually take the gifts God gave them and maximize it. Lower the goal to 8 feet so I could dunk. Exactly. I'm not a talented basketball player. I'm a talented wrestler. A pretty decent boxer. A talented MMA guy. So I'm gonna fixate on my strengths and not worry about my weaknesses. And that's the one thing you see the tragedy of the so-called dark-skinned girl. Not all, but too damn many. As a dark-skinned male, I never went through, oh, these people don't like me. This girl doesn't like me because I'm too dark. If I did, I didn't pay it any attention. I don't think doing less push-ups as a woman makes or shows less effort. Yes, it does. It actually does. because I'm going to leave this up here and I'm going to explain this to you, Leon. This is a new Leon, by the way. One, when they've been taught and drank from this equality cauldron, and they're saying they can do everything we can do better, when we hold you up to the same standards, the same level, and you cry about it, but you don't work harder about it, yes, that's a glaring weakness. Oh wow. It just shows that what? You can't do everything that everybody else can do. But this is the problem with modern women. They want to be in the realm of men, and this is exactly what this show is about today. Here's the secret, Leon. Men can't get babies, but that makes them less better or greater parents. Does that make them equal parents? Are fathers still great parents, even though we don't give birth? We store the sperm where life starts. Because if you look at females, they're the incubators. They're the incubation tank. And see, I understand you should have added that in. But you gotta understand, I said that for a reason. Because too many women out there today put themselves in a situation where men have to face it head on. Where a lot of these women want the road to be paved. Instead of doing what men are doing and actually going to school, going to the gym, improving yourself, improving your intellect, improving your health, your body, your money, everything. What are a lot of modern women doing? They don't even know how to cook, except for Kareem. Hey, Kareem, not Karen. Krrr. Not to sidetrack your show, but this needs mentioning. My friend's mother, Annie, passed away at 104. She was a veteran of World War II. Oh, man. Salute to Annie. Salute to Annie, and that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. A damn good life. We're going to salute to Annie real quick. I need everybody. I need everybody in the chat to put a big salute up to that sister there, that Queen Mother who just passed away, who was a veteran of World War II at 104. You have done your service and your country proud. Salute. Put a salute up there for her. See, that's the story. Like, see, out there, what she just mentioned, that's the type of women who maximize what she had. She wasn't trying to be a man. She was being whatever branch of service. Could be a Marine, could be a soldier. Air Force wasn't out yet. Um, Naval. But she did her due diligence. She did her due diligence. Guess what? Even though she was a secretary. And shout out to also another salute to JC for his uncle passing, man. My condolences. Hey, I'm not gonna knock them army secretaries, man. Them, a lot of people don't get paid without them army secretaries. I'll tell you that much now. A lot of black female army secretaries helped my ass out in the military. Salute to your uncle as well. What's up, Black Yoda, Black Odin? He said, when you give a woman something for doing less than men are required to do, you effectively steal from other men, especially since men will have to make up for what those women cannot do. Facts. Facts. Snuggles. Hey, Snuggles, what's up? And B. Arthur. Yeah, you gotta remember, B. Arthur was a damn mechanic in World War II. But the point that I'm making is, see how it's crazy? And guess what? I don't have a total issue of a woman being in combat. This is my issue. If a woman can meet the standard, not a male standard, not a female standard, but a special forces standard, she deserves to be there. If she does her best like any man will do, and she can meet the standard, there's a minimal standard, I can rock with it. This is the part where it's going to get dicey for some people. Just like in times of turmoil, in times of need. Why haven't they made a female special forces unit? Interesting. But I know you're saying, well, you're not talking about Stephco and dark-skinned girls and all that shit. Well, in special forces, a lot of guys can't meet that standard. That's why they call it special forces. And here's the craziness. I'll drop the link in a minute, Snuggles. Think about it. You have to be special. You have to be determined. You gotta understand this one concept. Not everybody's gonna be the fastest, not everybody's gonna be the strongest, but you gotta make yourself into a determined motherfucker, no matter what. And that's the part where I'm talking about the tragic dark-skinned girl in Stephco. What other attributes does she bring? And ladies like her. And this is coming from a man who's dated a lot of dark-skinned girls who are very beautiful. If I lost my job, could you carry the rack? Till I find a one that could pay the bills again. If I needed to study for a test, are you going to help me do it? If I need a ride, but I'm too tired to drive, are you going to drive me? Are you going to be determined? Are you going to see my dreams? Are you going to help me go forward? What do you offer? Minimize this. She's a smart girl. I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt if she isn't. But she's a smart girl. Instead of worrying about, hey, why are these guys out here? But the part that I'm saying is, what are you doing differently? What are you being determined about? What are you doing to improve yourself, your game, to catch the better fish? Don't only 10% of people who attempt and qualify special forces actually make the cut? Depends. About roughly, if you take all special forces in the United States, roughly 20% of people make it. I mean, you gotta look at the PJs, which has the longest special forces. 2 years. A paramedic, and to give this context, a PJ, pararescue. I know we joke about the Air Force, but if you want to fight a PJ. You want to fight a motherfucker that could still, you know, do his paramedic medical shit and still carry a motherfucker up a mountain and go rifle in hand if necessary while operating on his patient. Fight that motherfucker if you will. Fight that motherfucker and be a fight you'll never forget. It's the reason why. Hell, only I'll tell you how rare it is. Right, Alongo. Since the exception of the military, only one half of 1% of this country has ever defended it at each time. That's how rare it is to have people in the military in this country. So you gotta become exceptional just to get in. We're not even talking special forces. Just to make basic training, you have to be exceptional over the majority of people in your own country that way. Like Yoda said, Leon 008. No one's crying about and advocating for men who cannot meet the standard. Men are told to either improve or find something else to do. Facts. See, that's the part that I think I'm gonna leave that up for a second. That's the part that this whole show is about today. If you were men, you would be told to shut the fuck up and stop whining instantly. But she goes through these whole soliloquies, and I pray that she gets a gets a PhD out of this shit. Because why would any woman rejoice about the ending or supposed ending, alleged ending of the high value man? I like to ask my esteemed chat, did we ever get rid of millionaires yet? Billionaires? CEOs, senators, governors, mayors, men and women. Well, we're just talking about high value men. Men who make at least 85,000 a year. Have we got rid of those yet? No, didn't think so. So you still have high value men. Do you still have men in STEM? Men who are engineers, men who are bricklayers, plumbers, electricians, police officers, firefighters, chefs, construction workers. Men, those type, um, sanitation engineers. If you piss off three entities in your city, if you're a mayor, you will not be able to run your city. That is the police, the fire, and the sanitation. Okay? Imagine what happens if nobody picks up your trash for about a month or two. Disease would run rampant. What happens if all the cops in the country said, fuck it? What happens if all the firefighters in your country say, fuck it? Remember what I said about one half of 1%? That includes your public safety people as well. That's how rare. The lovely Kareen said, immature, mental. She needs black friends. She's white folk. She's white folk dipped in chocolate, like you guys say. Yeah, she is. Yeah, she is. I never saw a decent-looking, dark-skinned woman have issues getting men. Hell, even unattractive ones have tons of men. Facts. So we gotta look into this shit and say, why are you looking for the end? Can I get the big fucking piece of chicken? Can we acknowledge that for her to say this whole bullshit of the end of the high value man? I don't give a damn if you were King Akhenaten, or if you were the Pharaoh Akhenaten or King Nebuchadnezzar. You were still the highest value man of the land. You literally ruled people like a god. So when the fuck did the high value man? See, a lot of motherfuckers should be lucky and blessed that we are not in a cratocracy anymore. For those of you who are not familiar with a cratocracy is, that means basically might means right. The mightiest, the strongest, the biggest, the fastest, the smartest rule. There is no democracy. I rule cause you can't whoop my ass. That's the earliest way men ruled. What would happen? You think shit changed? We watch sports to see these motherfuckers make millions of dollars in various sports because let me see, how many motherfuckers can run as fast as Tyreek Hill? How many dudes walking the street are as strong as Aaron Donald? How many dudes out there can do what Lamar Jackson does on a field? Because they're rare. How many men have PhDs in pharmacology like Dr. Dunbar? A PhD in cultural studies like Dr. T.S.R. Johnson? A PhD in philosophy like Green Gorilla? A PhD in biochemistry like the esteemed um, Nicole Ali? Because they're rare. Yeah, you're right, Kareem. William the Conqueror, Genghis Khan. They're rare men. But how many chicks do you see out there living or live the life because she's still living that Queen Elizabeth II is living? How many Michelle Obamas do you see? I'll wait for somebody's answer. I'll wait. My man Josh Johnson said, as a firefighter, I know people would lose their shit. They nut up when we don't show up on what they think is a quick time. Exactly. Public safety. Shout out to public safety. Shout out to my firefighters. I'm in school with EMT paramedic right now. I'm gonna be a skilled motherfucker after this year, boy. I'm gonna have some skills. Stay tuned. I'll tell you the stories later on this year. I'm, 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 I'm gonna show you how it is. Look at my man Josh Johnson. Looks like a rather fit guy, right? Not a lot of people can put on that overcoat, those overalls, put on that tank of oxygen, the mask, and carry that heavy ass hose up several flights, prepared to carry a human being down that same ladder somehow, some way, if needed. That's rare. For so many years, I had to go into danger. Where there was gunshots, everybody's running away. I gotta go towards it. That's rare. But yet, I never said I was the fastest, the strongest. I maximized whatever gifts God gave me. But yet, we still look at people like Stephco, who wants the demise of people who are above her pay grade. Why? Because she's the living embodiment of sour grapes. Sour grapes. And the saddest part you see is that she's making a lot of dark-skinned women look tragic. And we know damn sure it's not that. Well, Y'all wouldn't say this if I was light skinned, with curly hair, and yeah, we would. We look at Carrie Hilson's fine ass and see how sad she is. Yeah, over 100 pounds of equipment. And guess what? Do y'all take mercy on them females? No. You better carry this shit too. Trust me. You see them little short firefighters and medics? They gotta get your ass up. In my opinion, we still live in that time. We still lived in that time of might makes right. For example, World War II. Well, technology makes right. Hey, as long as you could do it, 5'6" or 6'5", shit, you gotta still do the job, right? How do you think? How do you? Excuse me, I'm all off with that one. How do you know that firemen like overweight women because they're always carrying the heaviest hose? That's funny. That's funny. It's it's crazy because here it is. You see the little Mexican chicks who are built like little college refrigerators. All of them not the cutest. So guess what she's got to do? She's got to be ultra feminine. She's got to really be in that kitchen, support that man. Hell, sometimes got to get his drunk ass up to get to work one time, clean the clothes, or she's gonna be alone. See, I'm gonna say this. This might offend some people. I'm not gonna say ugly, at least not yet. The lesser attractive women, why can't you learn to be more interesting? Instead of saying, you know what, fuck a Beyonce, Kelly Rowland, I'ma do what I gotta do to get the best possible man I could get. I'm gonna show this man that I'm an asset. You never hear that. You never hear too many women say, I'm gonna show this man I'm an asset. They always want you to do the improvements. They always want you to make the money. But yet, what good is a woman if she can't hook you up and network you? Oh, oh, I go out to the mayor's wife's, book club. You said you got an idea to make some money. Okay, I'll get you a meeting with the mayor. Whatever happened to those? But we constantly get Stephco's complaining. Hey, you're right about that one. Affirmative action got these homely broads effed up in the head. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure you're the same age as my mom or same generation. Even the women who were not that attractive actually were married for long periods of time. Don't forget to hit the cash app, hit the super chat. Them cigars and cognac don't buy themselves, do they? Support your interests. See, when I was offered jobs, that was a minimal standard I had to make. Now, there are qualifications I have to have. There's one very lucrative job they offered me overseas, and they said, well, you don't have the qualifications. When I showed them the rest of my police and military shit, oh, you definitely meet the qualifications. And that's what it goes down to. What are your qualifications to get these high tier men? Is it a system of sour grapes, or is it a system of saying, you know what, I'm mad because these guys got nothing else to offer but money? You telling me Robert Smith doesn't have anything to offer? Robert Smith, a man who paid 400 students at Morehouse a few years ago, gave them their freedom papers. He had nothing to offer. You telling me guys like LeBron James and Michael Jordan have nothing to offer but their money? Do you know how much dedication a guy like Jordan Burroughs, who was an Olympic champion and five-time world champion and three bronze medals at the Worlds, three or four? Do you know how much dedication it takes you to still be on top for a decade in such a grueling ass sport? So you telling me Tom Brady, who had about what, 21 years in football, just retired? Roethlisberger had 18 seasons and just retired. They have nothing to give but their money. See, this is what you know where she doesn't give a damn about personality. She doesn't give a damn about character. Because guess what? A lot of the times it doesn't mean how unattractive or how attractive you are. You're just a superficial motherfucker. You're just superficial. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. They had to get them. They got men better looking than them because hey, they had to be the freakiest. They had to cook the most. They had to wash his dirty drawers. What do you offer, and what are you gonna do to prevent me from going to that pretty chick? But that's the secret right there. They're not willing to compete for men. Thank you, Cortez. They think the men should compete for them. It's okay that I gotta work to the sweat of my brow. I gotta go through school. I gotta go through training. You gotta do all this shit. Sorry about that, LaShawn. I touched my phone. I ain't mean to do that to you, LaShawn. And what makes it crazy is that it's okay for you to compete. Snowman, what's up? It's okay for you to compete. It's okay for you to go through all the turmoil, all all the fucking games, all the training. But yet, all she's gonna do is bring you nothing but her fucking attitude, and she's gonna take that shit out on you because you're not the guy she wanted. She's gonna treat you like her silver medal at best, bronze medal at worst. Think about that. You're gonna treat men who are on your level like shit. But yet you tell stories about how men dined and dashed you. What about the guys who won't? Have you ever tried hooking up with them? How did that go? I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I am still waiting. Anybody wants to join in? Hit the Cash App. Hit the Cash App. Hit the Super Chat. Come on in. Don't forget to hit me with a like at least. God darn. I would love to ask Stephco that. How did the dates go with the guys who were on equal footing with you? Because you might be missing your blessing. And I'm not saying date below your standards. I'm not saying date a obviously obese man or date date a guy who's a bum off the street, but the guys who are equal to you, same footing, whatever you done. What's up, fellas?
What's good?
What's going on, man?
Not much. Got my black fist up.
I would say Cleveland rocks, but tonight not. But I'm not gonna say that tonight. Hey, what's Dre doing? Dre, where you at?
Buffalo Wild Wings.
About to start another fight.
No, that was actually at TF Shanks. I was actually about to start a fight there. Not there.
Hey, what was the goddamn beard? Look like a bum, yo. You look like a red man just coming out of rehab. When you gonna come back and start smoking again, motherfucker? Start lighting that blunt, bro. Light up the blunt. That's how you roll a blunt. That's how you roll a blunt. That's all roll a blunt and get fucked up. Excuse me. Hey.
What's up, Snowman?
How you doing, guys?
How you doing?
Hey,
feeling,
what's
man?
good, Brian? How you
How's
been?
the missus?
The missus is good, and so am
How
I.
you yourself? How you
That's
holding
great.
up, man? How's recovery, man?
I got an appointment tomorrow morning, right after I'm off the air, and it's here in Indiana. We're still making plans to go to North Carolina at Duke, but we're going to back it up just to make sure that not only is it going to be a day-long appointment, what I'm thinking we'll do, put enough scratch away and make it and just get away for a week.
All right.
Nice.
Oh,
Sometimes
one
you
thing
need
though,
that
I gotta
time.
say, Brian, I gotta say one thing, just to be a stickler. If it don't work at Duke, you still got options inside that triangle. You still got North Carolina, North Carolina State. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
You know
no.
what I'm saying?
Duke Hospital is my only association to Duke.
Mhm.
Plus they're paying for it.
And shout out to
Oh,
Judas
okay.
Blues, $3.57 for the $20 super sticker. Woo!
You can't give a full 20. I'm sure the brother could break a 20. Just fucking with you.
See, like the
1999. Was this a chicken dinner? Was it chicken special something?
Hey,
Was it a big discount?
winner
it's the
chicken dinner.
discounted chicken dinner on a weeknight.
Winner chicken dinner. I love it. What's up, Mel?
It's the discounted winter chicken dinner on a weeknight. But
What's up, Mel?
Yeah.
I need a favor from you guys. Did y'all subscribe to my new YouTube channel yet?
Oh no,
Nobody
You got
subscribe to
already
you.
another one?
just put it in the chat.
Nobody subscribe to your shit. No.
You know what happened? I had to blow the other one up because, and I hate to use black ease when I know I'm intelligent, but just to have a little fun, a lot of people were acting ignorant on the channel.
Ah,
Nah, it's cool. Get Ebonic as one. Get Ebonic as you want, man.
I mean,
You know,
shit does happen like that, man.
Yeah, Charles, you know it very well. You and I have been at this a while.
Yeah.
But see, in terms of the subs, I want to get on Charles's level as soon as I can. So what I'll do when I hop out of here is I'll put the YouTube channel in the chat. And
Okay.
anybody that's listening in the chat, you want to hear some good sports talk starting at 8 a.m. on weekdays, subscribe to the channel because that's the only place besides my audio network where I'm airing it.
Which time zone?
Eastern time.
Eastern time,
Okay.
cool. Just put your
Okay.
link. Go ahead, put your link in the chat now.
Yeah, that's 4 p.m. for me.
Because we got a lot of sports fans up in this joint.
We'll do that.
Got a lot of sports
I'll-
fans,
I'll put it
especially
in the
old school.
8
what
a.m.
I-
you say?
8 a.m. Eastern time. What I'll do is
Oh,
I'll
cool.
put it
Oh,
here
that's
in the.
good.
I'll
That's
put
good for
it.
me. That's good for me.
I'll put it here in the back chat. And
Thank you.
Charles, I'd like you to promote it. I'd like y'all to promote it and post it.
Okay,
All
cool.
right.
And
Hey, by the way,
Yes.
Snowman.
Yes.
Regarding your treatment and everything, I want you to put yourself in the position of John Witherspoon in the in the Friday movies.
Yeah.
I want you to look at that cancer like the shit that John Witherspoon needed to get out of his system in every damn Friday movie. You know.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it every day. And once it is out by the summer, I'm going to repeat a very famous line. You got knocked the fuck out.
hell yeah, we love
Well,
it.
And
I learned it. Well, the point
Shit.
I learned from John Witherspoon was this: from all them bathroom scenes. No matter how shitty of a day you having, things look a whole lot better after you take a good long
Sorry about
shit.
Sorry
Hell.
about that.
I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you.
Sorry about that, Judah Blues. My goddamn
okay.
phone acting a goddamn. So I didn't mean to time you out. I don't know what the
Oh,
fuck's happening with this shit.
As I was saying, I mean, there's some of us who understand exactly what I mean by that. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, there's some of us who realize, oh shit, we're gonna have a shitty day today. Might as well take a good long shit, so make sure I ain't got shit for anybody when they start some shit.
I mean,
As my dad would call it.
You know,
You laughing
as
because
my
you know
dad
it's the
would
truth,
call it-
brother.
you know what they
As
say,
my-
shit happens.
Yep. As my dad would call it, God rest his soul, the extended shit rule.
They said shit. I wonder what Grandpa Tiny thought of this shit.
He's just too busy laughing. I'll tell you that.
He's
He
probably
laughs
like,
at,
yep,
listen,
shit that
he
happens.
he laughs at my dad's rule, and I laugh at my dad, and Tiny's just going, shit happens. All right,
Boys, you understand? Shit happens. Right? Let me tell you something. Shit happens.
Shit
shit
happens.
Let Bernie
happens.
Mac be 10.
The men in my family understood that rule for quite a while and at a very young age. So that's what's helped us get through.
Shit.
Oh man.
Oh,
Yeah.
My man said, my man
Now I'm
said
gonna be
sometimes.
tempted. Now I'm gonna be tempted to say that entire rule on the air tomorrow.
Some days I
Damn
know I'm
you.
full of shit.
stay behind, taking them like 5 weeks to get to you, man.
I'm
Oh my
tempted to.
God.
I'm gonna be tempted to turn into George Carlin when I close the show tomorrow. The many
Shit
uses of the. Wait a minute. Instead of his skit, which is the many uses of the word fuck, I'll have the many uses of the word shit.
It's a shit
I'll
is a
pay good
person,
money to see
place, or
that.
thing. It's a person, place, or thing idea.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
I got one better. How about Bernie Mac when he talks about the word motherfucker? See, the word motherfucker is a
Man.
noun. It describes a
Motherfucker is a
person,
noun.
place, or
Place
thing.
or thing. A very
That was the
versatile
best
word.
that he had when he said, motherfucker. You know, this motherfucker always coming motherfucking down here, getting on my motherfucking nerves about this motherfucking car.
I started to cuss his motherfucking ass out.
This motherfucking wind
Hold on.
blowing out the motherfucking cigarette while I'm trying to light the motherfucker. But that motherfucking shit
I'ma
makes
tell you.
sense, don't it?
I started to cuss his motherfucking ass out, but I didn't want no
But I want no motherfucking trouble. I'll tell you one motherfucking thing. And next time I see this motherfucker, he ain't got
And he
my
ain't got
motherfucking
my
money.
motherfucking money. I'm gonna bust
I'm
his
gonna bust his
motherfucking head.
motherfucking head. And I'm out this motherfucker.
All right.
And that's what I have to say right now. And I'm out this motherfucker. I'll talk to y'all soon. I love you, fellas.
man.
All the best to
All right,
Jody,
man.
everybody.
Thank
Get
you.
well soon, brother.
Woo! Don't forget to kiss Jody and tell her the champ said hello. Woo!
Oh,
I'm gonna tell you, like, shoot, what's y'all thoughts about the Stephco shit? Because
It's illusions. It's like that. It's like that imagination song. It's just an illusion, man.
illusion.
Or like Genesis when they had the song called Land of Confusion, and she's just one of the sheep who just caught up in the confusion because I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna tell you a story about me. When I was in senior year. I was about 16 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
There was this young lady I'm still good friends with. You know, lovely young lady, dark skin, beautiful as hell. Shit, you should see her daughter now. Her daughter's gonna be turning 21. But you know, but she was dark skinned, good hair. Most of the women in her family were dark skinned, but they were beautiful, very
I
down
got
to
a question.
earth.
Who is
This is
Stephco?
in
I
East
don't know who
Africa.
the hell he is.
Dre, be glad you don't.
Well, who is
She,
she? That
the
it's
female,
not that big
the
black fat woman.
BGS dubbed her the female version of Obsidian.
Oh, okay.
In other words, she's the girl. If
Oh
you,
yeah, I know who Stephco is.
what
The
she
black
said,
chick with the black chick that
Yeah,
she about a four.
yeah,
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 five
yeah,
foot
yeah.
four
I
and
know
a
who you're
four.
talking about.
nigga.
She about a four.
It's,
And what's so bad? What's so bad is if she was a little bit nicer, a woman like she ain't that ugly, but I mean she could get a dude.
she can get a
I
dude.
mean, yeah, I mean she could get a
She could
dude.
probably level up and get a six dude.
Yeah, I mean she could. I mean, but what's the problem is this is the problem with them, and I ain't even gonna lie, I'm loving it. I hate to say this, but this is the perfect time to be alive as a dude. Like you gonna see
Hmm.
all the years of the bullshit that we done put up through, and
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately, the women are about to get a dose of their own medicine, but it is going to be like it's going to be where suicidal on their part, like compared to
Yeah, it
what we went
is.
through. Because this is the problem. I try to tell them all day. I said you're losing more and more, and then eventually you sit up here talking about you the unprotected class. No offense, you know, motherfucker, you are protected. Wait till the people. Wait about 5 more years. You gonna see a protection. You ain't got nothing. I mean, like literally. Like remember when I got into it with that on that video with the chick at Family Dollar? It was like 6 dudes there. Where back in the day, you'd be scared if a woman hit you and you just knocked your ass out. You'd be scared that 5, 6 people gonna jump you. Now it's
Yeah,
like people don't even care. When
it,
women
it,
are in trouble, I ain't gonna lie. I've watched women be broke down on the road. I've seen niggas just continue to go. They don't
yeah,
give a shit no more. And you
and
don't
it's
realize what the
crazy.
person don't care about. But wait a minute, you done bit off so much you can chew that no one is starting to care about you,
Shout out
and
to my
that's gonna
boy
be a
A
problem.
Rod, aka Joe Blow, for the Cash App support. And shout out to Mr. Shane Vicious. Stephco is my favorite 49er. Good God Almighty. A four to think she's a nine. Oh shit.
Uh,
See,
for the
Ah.
here's the saddest part, right?
Mhm.
She knows she ugly.
She
She's made,
she's at least on the upper scale of fours. You know, if she dolled
right,
her
right.
up, she could be a five. And she could probably get a six guy. But notice she never talks about how she cooks, how feminine she is, how like guess what?
Man,
Here's a cheat code for all women out there.
Mm.
Figure out what men like and talk
well,
about that.
well, no. Here you go like this. This is what you do. I'm gonna let you know like this. Here you go. Any ugly broad out there, you want to get a dude. I'm gonna tell you, it doesn't matter. You can get dudes. I ain't even gonna lie. You can get dudes making 100,000 up. Three rules: feed them, fuck them, and shut
Shut
the
the
hell
fuck
up.
up. Yeah.
I mean, no
Shouts out
offense.
to Chris Rock.
And look, it's a reason why. I mean, I done seen some ugly broads, but then it's like, oh man, this broad ugly as all get out, but she's
Shut,
nice as
Wait,
hell.
hold on a second. Hold on
I
a
mean,
second.
shout
Hold on
out
a second.
okay,
shout
Hold
out
on
to
a second.
hold on. Shout out to Alongo Savage because that was savage. She's
Yeah.
regular as fuck. If she was a
She'd
car,
be a
she'd be a
beige
beige
Ford
Ford
Focus.
Focus. God damn. This is
Yeah.
right,
or
Wait,
white
hold on a second. Hold on a second.
or all white or
Dre.
all hold on
yeah,
or all white oh fucking Impala Chevy Impala.
but,
Hey, Dre,
yeah.
you buckled up first of all?
Do I fuck with what?
Did you buckle your seatbelt, man?
Hell no.
Nigga, we need you to be an
Fuck
asshole,
no.
not a crash test dummy, all right?
Oh, of course.
She need to cheat her genetics. God damn.
I,
Uh,
Yeah,
I,
but
what,
if you remember, fellas, when BGS, broke down her first video about the whole pretty privilege thing, she admitted that
not pretty.
she had to develop the being a loud, obnoxious friend, because she's like the ugly chick among her friends. She was like basically the grenade, as we call it. You guys know what I mean by the grenade, right?
Hmm.
Oh yeah, keep going.
Yeah. She's the grenade. So she's basically, if the wrong guy try, if a bunch of guys just want to hook up with her friends, one of them's got to take one for the team.
Yep.
Jump on the grenade.
Yep.
Hmm.
Well, and what's so funny about it is, you talking about, it's been the standard with that. Like, I start doing, some of those quests like Uber Eats and shit on the side at night
Yeah.
when I get bored. Oh my gosh, man! So many times to go to bars and see all these women sitting there alone. And what's so bad? I see men in the bar and they ain't paying no attention to them. And you can see that the
Sometimes
women are like trying to get your attention. And the niggas is just like, whatever, dude. I came here to get my alcohol and go home. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
exactly.
bad. Look at me like, you know?
Yeah, and you
Yeah,
gotta
because
realize.
we hang guys when they go to bars, we're just there to hang out and just shoot the shit. We don't want to. We're not there to fuck around. I remember was it one time I was with a couple friends at a particular bar. We were just shooting pool, right? This one chick was like trying to get our attention. Now, fortunately for us, we didn't want to give her the time of day because well, ain't nobody looking to catch a case and whatnot and get deported. So we were just trying to be cordial with her and just be nice to her and not mess with her. But we're just letting her know gently we're not interested to talk. I just
Right.
came here to we
Yeah,
just came here to shoot pool and just chill.
I always
But
look
the
at it
thing
like
is
this.
like a lot of people just were just like checking us out for the wrong reasons. I mean,
I always look
Well,
at it like
a
this,
lot of them want
fellas.
to drink.
Uh,
That's all. I hate to say, that's really what they want. They want somebody to pay for their time. Like, and they realize the value of the free shit is starting to come out. Women don't hate the manosphere and the manosphere content creators for anything. They hate the manosphere content creators more than anything because it decreases revenue for them to suck out of people.
they hate the truth, man.
I mean, it's just what it
they
is.
hate the fact. Here's the
I
fact of
use,
the matter. They hate the
uh,
fact that you got to put that there's now a dollar. There's a dollar. There's a dollar amount or something of equal or greater value. Shout out to Full Metal Alchemist that she has to
Mhm.
pay now. No, you getting these free drinks. If you're not coming with me, then fuck you. Not saying that a woman has to sleep with you. No, you don't have the option. If a guy takes you out, I believe the woman doesn't have the option to have to sleep with you. Just
Which
like
is
that
why I
guy
don't drink.
has
well,
just like the guy has an option not to pay for your shit. So
yeah.
Hmm.
And a lot of men are doing the thing is like realize the dating game that doesn't benefit the men. Although that's why, but basically you a Netflix and chill. I mean anything over $25, it ain't worth it. Because I'm not even gonna lie. Oh God, I mean I've been paying for it a lot lately, and I ain't gonna lie. After all the crap when it comes to that, I ain't gonna lie. I can sit here and blow 200-300 on a weekend,
Hmm.
multiple, and then throughout the week I'm left alone. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah. I
I ain't
mean,
gonna lie, man. It's just,
why do you
Yeah.
think
you know.
why do you think so many cities are decriminalizing prostitution?
Well, I ain't gonna lie. My neighbor probably looked at me.
Yeah.
My neighbor saw me walk in the house with one chick, and then a couple hours later, the next day, like saw me walk in the house with another chick, and he only know the only time I go to that house is when.
And,
It is
and,
none
and,
of his
here-
goddamn business what you do in your house, man.
and
Unless you're
here's the
peeping
crazy
Tom or some
part.
shit like that.
And
Wait,
here's
you,
the
you
crazy
sure this
part,
motherfucker
right?
don't got no telescope or binoculars, Dre?
Hey man, I ain't gonna lie. It's peaceful. I mean,
Here's the here's the crazy shit about it all, right?
Yeah.
She she would not be so bad off if reality sat in and said, you know what, I need to stop overlooking that guy who fixes houses, the plumber, the electrician.
it
Look at
had not. Well, this is the problem, bro. It had nothing to do with them overlooking. The problem is this. They have taken a mindset that doing anything for you is frowned upon. So basically, women want you to do whatever they want to do and still live up to that, get more and more and more and more. But then they want to say this is all you get, and then they're gonna be like, well, you know what? Now you don't get that. You don't get sex twice a week. Now you get it once a week and two meals. Nope. Now you don't get sex once a week. You get it once a month and one meal. I mean, they constantly going lower and lower on their end, but expecting more and more from you. And after
Exactly.
a while, this is why what men look at it as, hey man, it ain't even worth pursuing them. I mean, what's the point? I mean, I ain't gonna lie, brother. Hey man, here's a couple dollars. We can do our thing. Keep it moving.
My man Alongo said, "Any of y'all been to a car lot, and been impressed by a fucking windshield? Of course not. That's standard for every car." Yes,
Right.
like you said earlier in the early comment about their pussy. And trust me, and I'm gonna say this, Caleb. I don't even know if surgery would help. Surgery can
It
only get you
wouldn't.
so far.
No, it
It
just
might mess her.
compensates for what they're lacking.
It might mess her up if she. It might get botched.
Ooh, especially if she went to someplace like real cheap, like overseas.
It
You don't know
might get
what there's.
botched.
You don't not just botch, but like say there could be like complications.
Hmm.
I mean, first of all, let's be honest. This woman is how tall? She's 5'4", and she's probably how much do you think she weighs? She's like
She
220,
looked
two
about
forty at least,
170. She didn't look that
Seventy.
170.
She don't look that big, but she's not
Yeah, I'm about to say.
140.
I remember. I date a lot of big women, so I know
Yeah,
what.
he's the big girl whisperer.
Hey man, I
so,
like them.
so you
Hey,
gotta
ain't nothing
understand
wrong with liking
something.
big girls. Some of them, more push
Oh
into
no,
the
I
cushion.
mean
You know
no.
what I'm saying? But
You
Look,
know,
what
look.
I'm
I'm
gonna
saying is
say
like
this.
she got them
Say
wide
no.
nose, and I'm saying is like considering how small she is and how much she weighs, is even though she got a wide ass nose, nothing against the nose, but you don't suppose she's got probably like shit like sleep apnea, some shit like that, right?
Maybe, maybe not. I mean,
We
Oh
don't
maybe
yeah,
know.
that's just genetic.
yeah. She
Maybe
like
that's
5'3". She probably like one at the max. She 170. If I had to guess, but just by because I only saw a good face picture, unless she like bottom hip heavy, I would say she's like 160, which is still big for a 5'3" woman. That's a
yeah.
Oh,
big girl.
that's
That's
hell on her
pretty big.
knees right there, man. That's
That's big
hell
for.
on her knees, her hips, and everything.
My ex was 5'3", and she was like 140, and that was big.
Mm. Like yeah, a lot of times I think about it as like, look, if the
She's around
average,
160, 170. All right, Charles Irby.
I'll say this, if the average black chick worked
Mm.
out, she'd be undefeated.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
definitely.
Charles, we're gonna have to bring a little nuance to that
No.
because
I got you beat right here. If the average black chick would just shut their mouth sometimes,
And worked
they
out.
would have more marriage.
If you
Period.
worked out and shut up, you would just be undefeated. And
Oh, definitely.
and
who
it's
remembers what's
funny.
his name from? Oh, sorry, Charles. Go ahead.
It's funny that so many times when I've seen chicks when they lost weight and they look great, I remember this one chick when she told me. She said she lost over 100 pounds, and she said
Woo.
when she lost that weight, she noticed a different clientele of men were approaching her,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, uh
Oh,
huh. So when you went
oh,
to Florida, she told me when she went to Florida, and
Oh, that was a
they
confidence
met
booster,
these
wasn't it?
they met these two guys, and the guy was a fat guy, kind of sloppy in her words. Even though she used to date those guys who were 350 pounds, and I was like, why? Because I was a big girl. But she said I wouldn't even be caught dead with them.
Ah, attrition.
Yeah.
well,
That was
well.
attrition.
Hey, do me a favor. That's me in the back. I'm switching phones.
Oh, that's cool. Mr.
Got more,
Shane
got more
Vicious.
phones than a dope boy. God damn.
Hey man, one for the plug and one for the hose.
That's
That's true.
understandable.
That's
I used to
true.
bartend, and that experience made me realize that most men will end up paying one way or another. That's when my view about
I ain't,
sex will changed.
Yep.
no, I ain't gonna. I'm not gonna
Nowadays,
lie. It changed after my
Oh, by
last
the way, nice
relationship.
ass on
I
that chick,
first.
Mr.
Oh,
Shane
go ahead.
Vicious. I'm done.
go
Yeah,
ahead,
it
Dre.
changed right after that. No, I'm saying that mine changed right after that. I realized, wait a minute, The main thing I really need him
You
for
coming
is
up?
that
Hey, Snuggles,
I
you
can be
coming up?
left alone. I don't have to worry about no shit.
Wait,
Don't have
Charlie.
to
We
Hold on,
don't
make
hold on,
call
hold
him. We
on,
don't
hold on,
call him
hold
that.
on, hold on, hold
all
on.
right.
Pause. What's a god
Good.
to a non-believer? Still a god, peasant. But go ahead.
But yeah, I
Go
mean,
ahead, Greg.
it was just no. I was just saying as I realized, hey, I thought I wanted a woman in the house and all that crap. But now,
Mm.
when I sit here and realize that the advantages and the disadvantages, and I realize, hey, really, I only need to satisfy that urge, and I can just blow it out on the weekend and go on to work Monday through Friday and don't have to worry about nothing.
I'm like, yo, here's the crazy part about it. No matter what Stephco says, somebody still would fuck her.
Definitely. That's what's so
A
bad.
slow Tuesday, but yeah.
Stop telling
But
us your
the only
dreams,
time I
Charles.
sit here and laugh at the women, the
What
only
you say?
time,
What you
the
say?
reason,
What you say? I could hold on. I couldn't hear you, Art. You said you ate the groceries out of Stuffco. What?
oh man,
Stop telling
twice.
your dreams, Charles. Stop telling your plans.
Stop telling your reality, nigga.
What's up, people?
What's up? I saw you did your thing over there with BGS. I
Yeah,
was
we
like, I
going.
Damn,
listened
y'all
to
should get
some of
married
it.
or some shit. What the
I
fuck is wrong with y'all?
listened to some of it. It was interesting because it kind of segues into this shit. A lot of times you never you could probably attest because I was listening. Like I had to listen to that play by play by BGS with the stuff code, the demise of the high value man, and I'm like, not one goddamn time did Stephco ever say how black women treated black men.
No, they
Well,
never
she
did.
didn't make to me. She made no points, and basically, I've realized with them, you don't need no facts, no proof. If it's like, I hate to say, that's the reason why they're the class where they are. They're super consumers and shit like that because you can tell any fucking lie with no proof, and they just stand behind it. Just get a dumb, just
It's
get
called
another woman to say it.
solipsism.
Yeah,
It's called
And I sit up here. I ain't gonna
solipsism,
lie. It's the reason.
cognitiveness.
Yeah, yeah, but I tell them it's the reason why you motherfuckers got all that damn student loan debt, and you created you created a group of people who were easy to be scammed. All these dumbasses told you to go to college for these bullshit ass degrees. You never paid attention. Like I remember when I was going to college, and I was like, "Well, how much does this person make?" And I'm like, "Well, no offense, I'm 19 and I make more, almost that now. So you're gonna tell me 2 years of school, I'm gonna make 7,000 more?"
that's
I
not.
mean, that's not really a lot of money.
No, it's
And you
not.
and
Seven
how
thousand
much
a
of that will you get
year,
and how much of that will you get taxed?
right? And a lot of people don't realize. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I can make, especially in my field, I can make under the table $30 an hour at a job. Now, that's pretty decent. I mean, when you sit up here and say somebody making under the table, you can make that much.
Pretty decent. That's immaculate. Okay.
I mean, that's really
Yeah.
like a person making 30 under the table is like a person making like 65.
So shout out to Mr. Blue Collar. The grenade is a
But no,
big.
yeah. And what's so bad? I
My
just
man
I
looking
feel
fly in that picture too. I like that. I like the tux.
yeah.
Yeah, the
Fly.
But
bow
brother,
tie
Shout out
it's
shit.
so
with
bad
the
when
bow
we.
tie. Charles Irving.
Well, go
Shout
ahead.
out to you too as well. Continue, Dre.
It's, no, it's so bad when you look at this and you be like, well, God, dog, it's like to get a dude, all you got to do is this. And I mean, like I sit here and say, oh, what? Man, I expect a man that look. Well, I mean, like I watch about the things they can play. They expect a man to still, a woman to still cook for a dude. Well, last time I checked, motherfucker, you were You were cooking you a meal. What's the point of putting the extra damn scoop in the same pan that you doing? Ain't like you gotta do the shit twice. You were
Exactly.
cooking you something,
You,
throw your boyfriend
you
something.
know
Else.
what?
I mean,
You
that's
know what?
like that's the equivalent, let's see, as saying like this. Women, that's equivalent to say, "Hey, baby, I know I left my car charger in the car, my phone charger in the car too." And you be like, "Well, when you go out there to pick your charger up, grab mine too." Hell no, I ain't doing that shit for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You know
but go
what,
ahead,
Judge?
Art.
You know what, Judge? When it comes to something like that, that just shows the lack of care that woman has for you
Hmm.
as a damn man. Because at the simple fact,
Can
like
you
I
say
said,
that again, Art? For
Yeah, I
please,
cannot
please
hear
say it
you
for the
now.
niggas in the back. Please say it
yeah,
again.
that shows the lack of care she has for you as being a fucking man in her fucking life. The fact of the matter
Yeah, I
fact
have
is,
sound
I have
problems. I
too
can't hear
many
you.
fucking I have too many fucking men at my fucking job or friends that actually have said that when they go home, they have to make sure they get something to eat because their wife has already cooked for the children and for herself, but not for that damn man. They
And,
tell that man that he needs to go ahead and get something because there's not enough food for him.
and that's a
What the
fucking shame.
fuck?
And that's a fucking shame right there. That's a fucking. Do you know? I was messing with this chick last year when I had my surgery, right? And my foot,
Right.
and my foot was swelling, and my ankle. This is a chick I'm just screwing with who was massaging my swollen ass foot. Not a girlfriend, not a wife, but just a chick I'm just. We go out and we were screwing and we were cool. I had a friend, non sexual friend, from work. Damn good friend. When I had COVID, made sure her cousin was a chef. Made sure I had enough food that she packed up and meal prepped for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 2 weeks. 2 weeks! And you telling me, how the fuck does your coworkers and friends even deal with that bullshit?
I have no fucking idea. I have no fucking idea. Like I told my friend, you need to have a single fucking talk with your fucking wife because your wife is not doing her duty. Her automatically duty to you as her fucking husband to make sure you have something to eat. I have never in my fucking life, in my existence of being almost 40 years on this fucking planet, seen a fucking woman do that shit until recently when I came to them guys that's in my age range or a little bit older. Every
Yeah.
fucking woman that's a fucking boomer make sure her husband made something for that man to eat when he got home. I don't care if he was in the refrigerator, it was frozen or something. That man has something he needs to look forward to when he came home.
And that's the part. That's the part. Look forward to. See, how many times have that man came to his own goddamn house cursing himself? Like why? Like Robin Hirsch used to say, I put my ring on the wrong goddamn hand because I married the wrong goddamn woman.
Damn
Mhm.
right.
We do not put anything, no criteria for the women we date and marry. And this is shameful. Fucking shameful.
Our standards have become low.
And then, and only then, when the standards go up, you have, and this is what fucks me up about a Stephco. You're mad because you can't get the high value men, so you're trying to say it's the demise of these motherfuckers. But yet, but yet, I gotta beat you a little bit, so like background. But yet, you offer nothing in return.
She's not a high value woman.
Exactly.
The thing, look, listen, she would be happy to get a guy like me, an average motherfucker working an average job, making about $56,000 a year. She's an average looking chick. She ain't nothing special. She don't look nothing special. She's alright. She's a 5
At
with
best.
makeup on.
Mhm.
But the
Hold
thing
up.
about it is, she needs to look for a guy like me that does average fucking work. I make $55,000 a year.
Average work will appreciate an average life. And think about this, right? I would actually say it, and you know me, I'm not a bragger of money. I'm not even a bragger of slick shit. Even if I own it, I don't even brag about it. In
Mhm.
my book, easy come, easy go. I've made $100,000. I've made it 2 years in a row.
All right.
20,000 of that went to a lot of the insurance and shit that my son had. Hell, I have an offer to make anywhere to go overseas and do security to make anywhere from $450 to $650 a day.
Mm-hmm.
That's high value man. And I don't talk like it. I don't notice this. I might joke with the Ric Flair shit, but I'm not a braggadocious nigga. I'm laid back. But what do I get for my blood, sweat, tears, and my dimes? You're saying you want the high value man. Here's the fucking statement that you need to say. High value men are not keeping this fucking country together. It's the average bloke.
Well,
Yeah.
and I tell everybody all the time, I say, you don't realize something. Once the they think that the government and the rules and all the shit they're protected. One, there's not enough high value men to take all of you guys up. And then you don't want the regular guys. You don't understand something. You don't want the regular guys, but you'll take the free shit or the bullshit you can get from the regular guy.
You know what,
Regular
Dre?
guy.
Can you please say that shit because that shit is so fucking profound. It makes my head hurt.
Yeah, I mean, there's not enough high value men for everybody. I said, this is the problem is this. You don't want the regular guys, but the regular guys are the ones that are keeping your shit afloat. I said, all the free shit that you get from them who try to be with you, like, I think that they need to do a study to add up how much shit women actually get for free just because they're women or just from men who are trying to obtain them.
Exactly.
I mean, no offense, the free shit and the things that they get passed over, consider, I'm pretty sure that's more than most men make.
Let's talk about
they're
this.
still complaining.
How much shit and skills having an average guy or above average guy when he fixes shit around the house that will cost you.
Well, I sit up here and laugh. They don't realize something that the blue collar workers are. I mean, our prices are going through the roof, like right, especially right now. I mean, like literally, I'm paying the people. You got no skill just to sweep the floor or carry a broom. I'm paying them 20. So I mean, to know that, you know what I mean, that those people are imagine the people, skilled people, like if you got any skills at all, especially right now, if you got any skills at all, you need to go into a skilled trade. You probably easily can charge $40-$50 an hour easily.
Exactly.
Easily. And I ain't gonna lie, this is the beautiful thing about the women that you already know. This woman wouldn't give you time of day. Hate to say something, start going up in these asses and these prices. And unfortunately, what you gonna do? I mean, like literally, it's a group, it's a house we working on now. The owners of the house daily ask, "Hey man, anything we can do to make y'all job easier? Anything you need? Hey man, we gonna order you guys lunch, man. Y'all don't buy no lunch, man. We got your lunch." I'm like 3 days a week they buying us lunch, and they're like this. Hey man, do you sure you need anything that would make you guys more comfortable? Because they realize that people are hard to come by, especially skilled people. They gonna do whatever they can to keep your ass.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. I'm in classes because the VA paying for these motherfuckers. By the way, I've told so many chicks who most of them went to college.
Mm-hmm.
Can I break this down?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna break this shit down that always baffles my ass. See, some of my exes we still have good conversations with.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear them going to school and all this other shit. They gotta work 2-3 jobs to pay for schooling so they don't go out with debt. Did you know that if they were married to me, not only would they go to school, the VA would also pay their rent or mortgage.
Or not even the fact of that, but this is one of the things that I try to tell the women all the time. You a dumbass motherfucker if you don't. Even if you got a man who's only making $30,000 a year. Say you make 50, he make 30. You're dumbass. You still should. If y'all can get along, you still should be together. You know why? Because one of the things is this: there's only a certain amount of hours a week. So if you can bring another income into the household, that's more important than any damn thing else in there ever. I mean, these women don't understand that. Wait a minute. I can bring another $30K in this house, which I'm not going to work for?
Exactly.
Why wouldn't I be in a relationship?
Think about
I mean, 9 times out of 10, if he lives here, I make more money than him. But if the nigga lives here, he going to spend money in the house. That's less money I spend. Like, I ain't even going to lie. I had a 2 income in the house only 2 months when my girl was doing that when I finally made her pay after the year she was living with me. It was remarkable to see the difference in income once I took her income into consideration. I mean, like, I loved it. I could pay every bill, could find other bills, go find old debt to pay, and knowing that I could blow my whole paycheck, then add another 1,000 and other bills that I didn't plan on paying, but pay that too, and then know that we got a whole other paycheck here that we ain't touched.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I thought. I mean, like I even told my cousin all the time, man, it's just remarkable because him and his wife, they both make good money. And I said, man, I don't know. I said, I've never experienced that feeling, but in my life for 2 months. And I said, I just want to ask her, I said, how does it feel to like go and spend every dime, pay shit to, find old debts that you had to pay double on the child support that month or whatever. And then at the end of the day, you got a whole other salary you didn't even touch.
Exactly.
Oh my God. I told her, I said, I ain't even gonna lie. It's a remarkable feeling.
Hey, if Black Uber wants to join the panel, come on, Black Uber. The link's here, or if anybody want to join. But you're right. How many? I'm gonna tell you how bad it was.
Like here you go, Charles. But here you go. Say you make $100. Now, say you meet a chick, she makes 25. But you sit up here and say, "Oh, it doesn't matter." But she started moving in. She moved in with you. Y'all live like this. That $25,000 will still turn your life much way better because you got $25K more to do something with.
But
Is she obedient? That's the problem.
Exactly. I'm gonna tell you
that
how
could be
fucked
like
up.
our play money. We could be throwing
I'm gonna
money
tell you
in
how
stock,
fucked up.
any
I'm
damn
gonna tell
thing.
you how fucked up it was. Right. I'm a cop making pretty decent, pretty good money. She's a fucking nurse.
Yep.
There is no
I don't
fucking
like
way
that.
we
Some
should be.
people,
There's no fucking way we should be arguing about shit. We should be out there conquering the goddamn world. But
Facts.
once again, I'm gonna say it. Wrong damn woman, wrong damn hand. A woman can only be two things. Either she make you feel like Superman or she a kryptonite. And then it's God forbid me. I know I got a son, but it's so fucking hard to date women with children. I gotta see how your children behave before I even give you a serious look.
And what's so
plus or
bad?
minus?
Well, remember, I
Exactly.
told you what's so bad is the children are so bad, and I'll pull up for you. I'm sorry. The children are so bad where you be like, God, dog, man, they just gonna be a super extreme list of wolves.
Prevent you from the pretty. Well, goddamn, John. John, you absolutely right about that shit,
Oh,
boy.
shit.
I met a couple of left tackles, a couple of fucking J.J. Watt and Aaron Donald built bitches. But
Yo, can you bring it back?
No,
Bring it back what John said.
no, but the thing is that a woman can only be a
Oh, wow.
detriment to you, or she could be a positive to you. That's it. That's the only two things a woman can do for you.
Yep.
yeah, and art. Name her. I'm gonna say this shit. A lot of women like Stephco price themselves out. It's not because of her looks. That's the crazy part. It's not because of her looks. It's her attitude, and it's the outcome of what she sees life.
Like I
Just
said, a woman like my ex was like Stephco. She was an average chick, average looking, whatever, blah blah blah. Stephco probably looks a little bit better than the chick that I was thinking about marrying.
Right.
But the
That
thing
says a lot.
about it, yeah, I'm in North Carolina, man. There's not a lot to choose from.
Yeah, I understand. It is what it is.
But the thing about it is that what Stephco needs to realize is that your job as a fucking teacher ain't really shit.
No, it's not.
You may could be able to teach kids and do all this other stuff, but at the end of the day, you're not making a lot of fucking money. I don't
Well,
give a
I
fuck.
don't know. It depends on what area you in. Because just give an example. My cousin's wife, a teacher, she clears 90,000.
Well, what type of
Depends
teacher
on-
where?
Depends on the
Stephco's
state
a
and
what?
where you are and
I
what
mean,
school. If
Stephco's
it's
a-
public school,
Stephco-
I think it's Cleveland, but we consider it a poor city.
I mean, you gotta think she's in L.A., but the cost of living in that motherfucker.
Cost of living.
yeah,
I mean, I
it's
know
even
if
worse in
90,000
Oklahoma.
Is
But
she,
yeah, I
is,
hear
she,
what you're
is
saying.
she a public school teacher or she is a fucking in a university?
She's a public school teacher.
Oh,
She
cool.
clears 90K.
90K living
90K.
where?
She makes like
Oh, we know how to
889.
style and profile.
Yeah.
What's
You
the-
goddamn
what-
right,
what's-
Mr. Blue Collar.
Well,
But
I mean,
Nice
Cleveland, Ohio.
touch.
That's
Cause-
pretty
Nice touch, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
I'm honest with you. Most teachers, especially in North Carolina,
Oh,
they're not clearing 80K. Because
yeah.
if they were, they would not be fucking riding like they were in Chicago and all across North Carolina. North Carolina wouldn't be losing teachers to fucking Virginia and South Carolina.
yeah. I'm gonna tell you. Here's the
What's the
crazy
price of
part.
how's
So,
the
so
price of living going?
all those teachers that's riding in
Mhm.
North Carolina right now will be moving to your
Mhm.
damn county because they're paying teachers
Oh,
$90K.
oh, they going on. They rioting too in North Carolina. Cause next week, up here they are. I didn't know that.
Because I be look, I could tell you the funniest thing that happened in my state, right? The
All
governor
right.
that used to be the governor of North Carolina, when the teachers used to riot, you know what he gave them? He went outside of his house and gave them cookies.
Oh, well,
Cause they were
I
complaining
What?
about
know
they were
strike.
complaining about their wages and he gave them cookies.
Yeah,
He went
they going
outside and
to
gave them cookies and went back
Cleveland.
inside.
Oh, that's cold.
East Cleveland. I mean, in Cleveland next
But
after East
but
Cleveland. Oh my
here's
God.
the here's the craziness of it all. You got a chick who, how old is she? About 35, 36, 37?
Oh
She's
yeah,
way on the
our
wrong side of
age.
30.
She's
She's
our
our
age.
age.
Yeah. So
Oh, see?
here it is,
She's in
right?
her 30s, mid to
Late
late 30s.
30s.
Oh man.
And you, oh my God. Do you know I am the second oldest person in my class? Like literally,
Okay.
there's a couple of 18 and 19-year olds in my EMT class, and I'm
Hmm.
just like laughing to myself, like, oh, you were born when 9/11 happened. Jesus Christ. So
Fuckers
there's
get
gonna
younger
be
every time, every year, huh?
it is funny. I'm on a college campus, going to the veterans, I forget what they call it, little veteran station where they have the shit for the vets.
Hmm.
And I see this one 20 something, like 21, 19-year old chick, fro, just as beautiful, glowing. You, you know one thing about this mask, you can tell a bitch is pretty if she pretty in a goddamn mask, okay?
Oh yeah.
Unless she like Melina from Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, shit, some niggas will still try it.
Just don't get head. Just don't get head.
No, no. And
Just don't take head.
you just like, wow.
Mm.
So this is the difference between a 21-year-old beauty versus a 40-year-old beauty. World of difference. And I'm gonna just say this, okay? Everybody has some type of athletic ability in them. Some little,
Mhm.
some a lot. Here's the problem. Like I said earlier, she never maximized her strengths. She just always focused on her weaknesses. She's a 4, 5, and she dolled up, and she's in LA.
Oh
First of all,
yeah.
what are her strengths? What are her
Hell,
strengths?
Well,
hell if I know.
Good answer.
but let me take that back. You don't got a lot of, cause you can be a 4 and still full of niggas. All you gotta do is smile and be nice.
Be
I mean,
nice.
like literally.
Shit,
I
cook.
mean, so many other. I ain't gonna lie. So many men that are just tired of the bullshit and all like that. As long as you look okay and you can smile, like I ain't gonna lie. The only reason why my ex got me is because she was always smiling. Oh,
Yeah.
Nigga, Dre, I'll be honest with you, bro. If your woman will actually look out for you, say, "Hey, baby, what you want for the dinner tonight?" and actually cook you that damn meal and be good with it, you be happy.
my girl used to do that. Remember, you used to see me plenty of times. There'd be times I'd be on the screen and she'd hand me a plate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Cook you that damn coconut upside down pineapple cake. Yeah, don't tell me you don't like that coconut upside down pineapple cake now, nigga.
Never had one. No, my girl could. I ain't gonna lie, man. I thought so many times, like she want to get back with me for fucking up, but it's like I just can't go down that path again. But so many times, man, I miss them damn pork chops, man. Oh, like just give it back to me. Sent me a text the other day. Matter of fact, I should read it to you.
Oh, damn! It was the pork chops. It was the pork
man,
chops.
she's always welcome at my house. You can come over for dinner, or you can spend the night if you in the area.
Hey, Dre, you hungry?
You know
Dre,
what
you
that is,
hungry?
Dre? I'm gonna tell you, Dre. That's her saying, "Come over and fuck me."
Yeah, pretty
Of
much.
course.
After you eat, I want you to fuck me. That's what that means, man.
Of course. I mean, I can call her over right
But
now.
will
and tell
she
her
shut the fuck up afterwards? Is the question.
Yeah, he won't tell because that nigga gonna be sleep from busting a nut and having the itis.
No, will she shut the fuck up afterwards? I mean,
Hey,
will she? Because remember, feed
look,
me, fuck me, shut the fuck up.
hey,
That's
look,
the
I
three
already
things.
know he gonna eat that damn pork chop with the damn greens, the potatoes and shit. He gonna be sucking on his finger.
He go next thing you know, he gonna have a titty in his face. Beep. Like, what the fuck? I'm assaulted by titty.
So he put himself on mute because he already know. He's like,
You know, aggravated assault by titty.
Oh
he
man.
gonna be passed out in the bed. It's like,
He gonna have
nigga, what the fuck I'm at?
he gonna have a pork chop
shit.
bone in one hand and a greasy titty in the other. That's the way. That's the way a man needs to go to sleep every night. Shit. Shit. I did that one
A full
time. Had a
stomach and empty
chick.
balls.
You know, like goddamn, I had that for one chick I used to live with. Man, I had like. She made the meanest fried chicken. She had the cookbook with all the recipes from all the restaurants. Man, my balls were so empty, the motherfuckers looked like a deflated balloon. I woke up with a greasy ass cheek in one hand and a chicken bone in the other. Boy, you talk about happiness for men. Shit.
It's true.
And she shut her mouth. And she kept the mouth
And
shut.
you know what the beautiful thing about it? When I got home, she would watch all her little investigation discovery. I don't watch that shit because it make me feel like I had to punch in an overtime clock. It felt like I never left work. So as soon as I went and played the game, it was over. Like I was ready, man. I'm surprised I ain't got her pregnant. I think I did, but she miscarried. I think. But anyway,
Motherfucker right here, boy.
Wait. A moment silence. A moment silence for that miscarriage, 8 offspring.
fuck that shit.
Okay.
Shit, fuck that shit. But it's crazy because all the woman got to do, you know, two chicks that I've recently got their numbers. They both work out, and they both like one's a teacher who bikes. I mean, she did a 13-miler Sunday. God damn! I seen her picture, right, and I'm like, yeah, I can work with that. Then I see this other chick's picture, and I'm like, okay, I can work with that too. Like, okay, I gotta wake up 5 o'clock in the morning to get my 30-minute workout in. Wait a minute, aren't you black? Yeah, but when do black women start waking up 5 o'clock in the morning to work out? The ones who give a fuck? You know, you absolutely right.
Damn right.
And I'm sorry, black men. This is the reason why the next time I'm gonna have a show, the L's black men need to carry. Tidbit. Here's a hint cheat for you. One of the L's is not having a fucking standard for your women. Hint cheat number 2. The next L you carry is listening to the motherfuckers all the goddamn time. What's up, Meech?
What's up, Meech?
What's good, Mitch?
Hey, Charles, I gotta
Hey, what's
go.
going on?
I gotta go. I gotta get some stuff done, but I'll holler at you later, man.
Alright,
Appreciate
man.
everybody
Yeah.
in the chat.
Hey, don't
appreciate you
go
coming
too
up.
wild on the brioche.
Mhm.
Save the brioche for later.
You know,
Hey, I'm on my Knight Rider kick, man. I gotta watch my couple episodes of Knight Rider, man.
Knight Rider kick, old school.
Yo, don't
Yep,
you just
it's
love
on-
kids?
Hey, it's on
Did-
Netflix, man.
Oh man, you know what?
Oh,
What's
that's
an interesting show I've been getting into is Pennyworth.
Oh,
Alright.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, Alfred's a motherfucker, boy.
You don't know?
Alfred's a motherfucker. He more gangster than Batman. Shit.
Exactly. That's how he know. He's like, yeah. I feel you, Batman. I feel you, Bruce.
Like, you know, you gotta tell that. That's the first
understand
day
what
one
you're saying,
nigga.
Master Bruce.
Alfred is the first day one nigga ever, boy. He was like, yes, Master. Yo, they killed your parents, Master Bruce. Yes, Alfred. Let's ride on them niggas.
Exactly.
We gotta do a review on that shit because oh man.
Yeah, we do.
Woo!
But
Look
all right,
at that.
man.
Yeah.
I'll holler at you guys later.
Alright.
Appreciate you.
Alright, man.
Yeah. Hey, yo, Charles, I wanted to say something.
Shout out to Gino for the $50
Yeah.
stamp. Hold on.
Hey, what's good, Gino?
We gotta do it for the $50. Hold on. Gotta put the clip on.
Right.
Woo!
Oh yeah, you know what's coming up.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I would.
One time.
Aye.
Whew. Salute to Gino for that one, boy. God damn.
Oh, you can never get enough of that ass.
Man, speaking of which, one more time for that 50. God damn.
You got a double dose.
Got a double.
There's a
dose.
double header.
Hey, Gino. You
Oh, by
been,
the way,
you been.
hold on, Dre. Hold on a second.
Yeah, what you say,
Dre,
Dre?
hold on a second.
I said, hey, Gino, you been scammed by any women lately?
Oh.
Nah, well, if he dropping 50 bones, obviously not. Shout out to Gino.
Yeah.
Shout out
I
to
got
Gino.
Where the hell
Yeah.
is he at? Why didn't he come on up?
He'll be up.
He said
Hey.
Baltimore cakes in the animation.
Alright. By the way, I was wondering if Calvin Rogers could come up. Mr. Rogers could show up.
Man, Mr. Rogers ain't got shit up in my neighborhood.
No, not that Mr. Rogers. I mean, Manager or Sergeant Major.
I know.
The Major. Because yeah, good evening, sir. Why don't you come on up, sir? Because you do have some stories to tell about you and your late significant other. God rest her soul. He was talking about how happy, that was he was, he talked about the happiness in that marriage.
Have you ever noticed how? Shout out the damn Complex Designs
Yeah,
and Calvin talked about their wives.
yeah.
Like they didn't mourn their wives' death. They thank God that a woman like her existed.
Right.
Do you remember the song by the Isley Brothers, Tears? Ron Isley, when his wife is gone, he thanks her for all the memories. He has to cry now to mourn her death, but he will always remember her for all the good times.
It reminds me like we buried my godfather slash my great uncle. My great aunt.
Can y'all gentlemen hear me?
Oh, loud and clear.
Hey, sir, how you doing?
Good evening, Jeff. Charles.
It's the Sergeant Major. How you feeling? Should have
Sergeant
stayed
Major on deck. You ain't hot?
Sergeant Major on deck.
Charles, I'm like a fat girl on getting ready to get her income tax check. Anheuser-Busch has done me real good this year.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Gotta love it,
So-
man.
So within the next couple of weeks, I'm gonna drop $100 and I'm gonna ask you to do a show for me.
Oh, what type of show? I appreciate it, man.
Because Black Guru keep hitting it off that we should sue black women that are getting all this money from all these corporations to put a stop to it and allow our young boys, because I don't think that, well, I'm old school. How is a woman not teaching her son how to read?
I mean, this, I want you to tell everybody a little bit about your background who's not familiar with you coming up here.
I am a Sergeant Major United States Army Ranger. I was granted this
Hold on. Rangers lead the way.
every day. It was given to me by two of the best generals ever, Colin Powell,
So
Norman Wyckoff.
Hold on. We got Colin Powell. Oh man, shit! To get a fucking Ranger tab from him, man, we gotta salute the old soldier, man. We gotta salute him.
And him, I'll never.
Who Sergeant Major? Sergeant Major? Keep going, Sergeant Major.
Because he was a great man. I knew him before a lot of people knew him, because my father was a full bird. Well, not a full bird. Let me say it right. He was a captain in the United States Navy,
Mm,
one of the first schools of the Navy SEALs,
mm,
Oh wow.
along with Mr. Rogers. Everybody don't know that.
mm.
That
You got
Sergeant
Mr.
a
Major,
Rogers,
sir. Professional
damn.
question. Ask the question.
You got a deep history of special forces. Good God.
oh yeah,
Sergeant
Robert was
Rogers,
part
sir.
of the,
Permission to speak. Just ask a question.
yes sir,
Well, in my case, young man, but okay. How many successful jumps do you have under your belt, sir?
33.
Mm.
Yeah, that's the first question you got to ask a ranger. How many successful jumps you got under your belt?
Airborne Ranger, where have you been?
Around the world and back
Charles, you
again.
might
Back
remember.
again.
Oh.
Oh
Hey,
yeah.
Charles, you might remember Perry Saturn, former
Yeah.
Army Ranger himself.
Former-
117 successful jumps under his belt.
Yeah, and I actually defended a woman from getting physically assaulted and got shot and kept fighting.
In the neck.
Yeah.
In the neck.
In the
He
neck.
thought
Do you know how tough
he
he
thought
is?
somebody had hit him in the back of the neck, and he just kept on whooping ass.
Kept whooping ass. That's see, if y'all don't have an appreciation of Army
Oh
Rangers.
wait, that explains the tattoo. Because
Yep.
remember he had that big tribal piece that covered the back of his head all the way down to his back and
Right.
everything. That covered all the tattoos.
Yeah.
That covered up the scars.
You gotta think about it. Like there's two things. There's a community. I'm trying to actually push some of my wrestlers to join the Rangers. At least go to Ranger school. I said if you want the respect of everybody around you, ain't nobody not gonna tell you you're not a man once you complete Ranger school. And I'm gonna tell you what, you talking to a sergeant major who had to lead Rangers in there. That tells you how much of a bad motherfucker, Sergeant Major Rogers was.
Yeah.
And he's
House to house fighting.
yeah. And I tell
Kicking
you,
indoors, that shit ain't easy.
shit,
Yeah.
no, it isn't. Shout out to Fort
I'll be
Benning,
honest
baby.
with you, Sergeant
Shout out to
Rogers.
Fort
I
Benning.
do. So, Mr. Rogers, sir, I gotta be honest with you. I do have a soft spot for old vets like yourselves, because if you see my avatar,
Mm-hmm.
I
Look like
mentioned
an
this before.
engineer.
My father was in there,
Yes, sir.
so I
I
grew up
remember
around
that.
U.S. personnel, whatnot. So there were some colleagues of his who were in the armed forces, who I consider like my uncles and whatnot, and I had a lot of respect for them. Although I come from a different military, although I do come from a different military lineage myself.
Hey,
Not
eventually
too
we all
much
work
different.
together.
Not too much different than ours.
Not
The
too.
way you
there is some
express
difference.
yours, the way you express yours is that once you were part of the military, everybody was your family, and you took care of those who were your fallen comrades, made sure that their families were taken care of and looked after. That's what Rangers do.
Hold on, let me change my avatar so you can see which tradition I come from.
He's from Eritrea. And
Yeah,
it's-
Eritrea. Yeah.
And it's funny, Sergeant Major. And trust me, I'm gonna do that for you. I'm gonna do that for you because how many warriors are we losing because they can't read?
Ooh.
How
No,
many-
not just that. How many good husbands would be out there for these
Oh,
young
can you
women
say
to
it? Say
follow?
it with your command voice, Sergeant Major.
How many young men would be out there for young women to follow? If they could just read and write properly.
But they say we don't want it. We don't want commitment. They said we don't love our community. The community's all the fuck we got.
That's it.
We're all
And
we
me and I-
got.
We all we got.
Shout out to Casher, and he said I got Ranger School coming up in April. Go lead the
Uh-oh.
way, kid. Go lead the way.
We'll lead the way.
Make this Sergeant Major here proud.
Come back and tell
tell
us how
Fort
it was.
Oh yeah. Tell Fort Benning I said hello.
Yeah. And do not ride the violent comment. Please be nice.
To be nice.
Mr. Rogers,
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir.
Because earlier we were talking. I remember earlier, Charles might remember this. Was it Leon? He mentioned like about the standards and whatnot being lower for women. Now, if you see this avatar here, you see these two people in the picture.
Yeah, I see him. Wait a minute. Let me.
No, this is my. Okay.
Oh, I just raised it up. Who's the beautiful lady?
That is my mother and father's generation. These are boomers. This is back in the 70s and 80s when they were fighting for my country's independence from Ethiopian rule. The person in the background, that's a man, and the one in the foreground, that's a woman. They're both taking turns, digging trenches along with a bunch of other men and women. And you see a Kalashnikov right there, right, just about a yard from her.
Yes,
her
I
right.
do. Yes, I
This
do.
this is what equality meant for them. Men and women fighting side by side. They weren't fighting against their men, they were fighting alongside their men. This is what I come from. And I serve my country. Hell, I mean, I can show you another picture if y'all want.
I'm gonna tell you
I
what
can give
it
you a
is.
chance.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's like, look.
I
A
mean,
lot of times you got to think of how proud we are of our service. How proud we are to be the best representatives of not only our country but our people.
yeah,
See,
okay. Now I'm
think
gonna cry.
about, think about it.
Ah,
It,
shit.
it makes you feel. Yeah, it takes you there, doesn't it? Takes you
Yeah,
there.
Well, for me, it's just yeah. First time you're gonna see a motherfucker cry on a live stream.
It's
For
not
me,
the
it's just I
first.
just
don't even feel bad.
I know. I'm sorry.
I don't
It's
even
just
feel bad. But I forgot we're black men. We're not supposed to have feelings. I understand.
Fuck all
okay. Well, I'm
that.
from June
Fuck all
20th is
that.
Memorial Day, right? And I think about the aunts and uncles I lost in that generation, as well as how many from my own generation I lost when we had our border war with Ethiopia.
Mm.
And I'm thinking about how many of my younger siblings are dying in this civil war that's going on in Ethiopia right now.
Mm.
And that is that war right now is the most pointless one ever.
Yeah.
So
No.
I'm just angry sometimes about this stuff. But I mean, I have no.
Yeah.
It takes me back. Yeah, it does. I'm so great. I just want to say thank y'all for everything, but thank them for everything. But I understand the sacrifices they made, but to see but I'm glad the dead are gone, so they don't have to see what has become of our homeland in a sense,
I'm gonna
especially
tell
in the
you.
past 2
I'm gonna
decades,
tell you.
3 decades. and shit.
It's a damn shame to do service in Iraq, come back as a cop, go through all
Be
the
called a
training
baby
you gotta
killer?
do.
I was.
Or like how many from Vietnam came back from Vietnam? How many black folks came back from Vietnam and shit?
My father was a Marine infantryman in Vietnam. He said
So
people
was
try to
I.
spit on him.
Semper Fi.
People
When
try
they did,
to.
I got spit on when I came back.
Hoorah.
I can guarantee you this. They didn't spit on nobody else.
I'll tell you that.
Because I broke that woman's jaw right there in San Francisco.
The disrespect that y'all were given, and I like to apologize on behalf of the fucking country. You deserve not only our thanks, our gratitude. We should even be worthy to thank guys in the Vietnam War, because it was a fucking war that nobody, especially no damn black man, started. For what?
Have y'all seen the movie The Five Bloods?
That's actually real shit. Only black
I mean,
Marines and black
Lando.
soldiers.
What's his name? Delroy Lando. Was it Lando Delroy? Like he personified what PTSD was for black men,
Yeah.
especially the guilt.
PTSD for black
Oh,
men
shit.
is just constantly being black.
That's it.
That's complex PTSD. You guys have been since you were children. You've been exposed to constant trauma, continuous trauma. Something I
Yes.
understand because I have complex PTSD. Yeah, they,
What is? Shout out to boiling blood, blood boiling. Why do I always say that backwards? Black men are not automatons. We
thank
are.
you.
We are not automatons. We are autonomous.
Yeah,
We have
we are human
feelings.
beings.
We
You know
have
what's
You know
crazy?
what?
feelings.
You know what? I gotta ask. This is. I remember there was a certain. I know we're not supposed to bring these guys up, but there was a certain MGTOW who I subscribed to. He mentioned the very potent question, and this is beyond any race you are. Ask yourself, how many people, not just women, but people in general, see you as a human being? But how many women actually see you as a human being? Like you're a person, you have feelings, you have thoughts, and everything. Not a
Truthfully,
object to be used. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd go with my mother, my sister, my two granddaughters,
Mm,
Hmm.
my son, oh god, my mind is just blowing me away. My son's wives, five of my close, two of my closest friends are females.
mm,
When I see them, the first thing you know, when somebody love you, they just come up to you, just drop their head in your chest, and you just got to back up and hold them,
mm-hmm.
and you know that this
Oh.
is just straight love.
Just genuine.
Hmm.
Just that genuine. It's funny because so many black men are missing that genuine. I love you no matter what the fuck you've been through,
Fuck
no
you.
matter fuck you done,
How
no matter
many?
what people say. I just love you for you
Mhm.
being you.
Yeah, I
How
mean
many
that
people
that
might? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
that
Excuse me.
walk in. I mean, Charles, that walk in, that when they drop their head into your chest, it backs you up a few feet, and they just hugging
Mhm.
you the whole time,
Hmm.
and you got to study your feet like, okay,
Wait a
I
minute. How
know
tall
I'm
are you,
being
sir?
loved right now, huh?
How tall are you, sir?
I am 5'9", 195 pounds, and I'm still the same weight I was when I played high school and college football.
Wow.
Oh, you must be in tremendous shape. I
Yes,
ain't gonna fuck
sir.
with you. I ain't gonna fuck with you, sir. Um, I
It's
will say this though.
incredible.
I will say this. I remember Tupac had a song called "Unconditional Love." Y'all got to peep that.
Yes, I know it.
Unconditional love. Unconditional love. Hey, by the way, sir, how your granddaughters doing? Have they enlisted yet?
They get out of high school next year,
Okay.
Well, I'm
Good.
sure they're gonna
and
be like these women right here in my avatar.
I hope so, man. I want them to be the best of the best. I just want them to be educated and find
Hmm.
good husbands. I know what they want to do. They want to follow their grandma and their great grandma. That's okay,
Hmm.
but I want you to have a good husband.
Yes.
Hmm.
And that's the part where I got to get with you, Sergeant Major. Yeah, I'm gonna put my information in the back for you, my email and cell phone number because I got a
Okay.
network, and this is the part where I tell a lot of people where I do a lot of my networking because I don't talk about it. I actually walk it as well.
Hmm.
And when it comes to certain things, the only persons that are gonna bring black men out of this detriment is us. It's not
There's
gonna
other
be the
black
government.
men.
It's gonna have to be us to continue. We're gonna. Some of us are gonna have to be groomed for politics. Some of us gonna have to be groomed for transportation. Some of us are gonna have to be groomed for business. But we
Well,
need to make the mission
I
happen.
think that
Go ahead.
I think it's a mission, but I hate to say I think that it's not gonna really come that way as this. Like I appreciate like what people like Kevin and them are trying to do, but unfortunately, I feel that though who cares about vetting a woman and doing all this crap if the laws of the land have not changed? That's what matters more important because
Yeah.
Glenn,
it's like it.
I'm gonna change the conversation for a second.
Mhm.
Why is somebody from my side of town, where I grew up, trying to talk like they're nice? Why is Cleveland boys trying to talk like they're nice?
The
Cleveland boy
what?
talking like Cleveland boy trying to talk like he's nice.
I am nice.
Here's my question.
You're
Here's
damn
my
right.
question.
You're
I'm
from
a nice.
Cleveland. You're
I'm
damn
a nice
right.
asshole. I'm a
Okay,
nice
I
asshole. I
got you.
mean,
He's an asshole.
Okay, I got you.
look. Listen. I'm gonna say it like this. Yes, I'm one of those ones like this. Here, no matter what I do, I'm always usually the top one, two, or three. I mean, and I place high no matter what job it is. You know, I know how to turn it on and I turn it off. And I mean, like even a friend of mine, he sees that I can just turn on the salesman and turn it off. He's like, man, you turn it on like and off with a flick of a switch. And I'm like, yeah. I said, well, the first job I had was, we was commission only. So, you eat what you kill. If you didn't produce, it wasn't there. And I mean, this was back then, selling computers back then when hardly, it wasn't no internet as you know of. We still, I mean, having dial up was a thing, and to be trying to
Yeah,
put computers in a home then, it was a lot different. I mean, you made good money if you know how to do it, but then you had to deal with a lot of racist people who, because what these white people sit up here thinking, I don't want to listen to a
yeah.
black dude about a computer. I mean, to be a black man trying to sell a computer to white people, I mean, you understand, you try to sell a big ticket item to white people, and you got to really be careful because sometimes you got to make it seem like they already do that, pamper man, because they don't never want to see that a black person know more than them, and especially a young black person. So you
What part of
learn how
Cleveland?
to adapt and read. I live in Cleveland Heights. You learn how to
Uh,
adapt and read the room, right? You already know
as I would
as a
say, you
hey
one of
Heights
those.
nigga. Where you from
Cash,
in Cleveland?
he's one of them uppity niggas from Cleveland.
Right. I know. They said, where are you from in Cleveland?
John Adams, East
Oh, John
Side.
Adams. Oh, God. East Side. You one of them that's South Side nigga.
Yeah.
Kinsman, right? Kinsman, right? I know.
No, when it
Like
was
you remember see
real.
that? You
No,
see?
up in '93 when it was really nice in the '50s and '60s.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying
Ah,
you're still
Yeah,
South Side nigga. And like
yeah.
I
I'm
sit there
still
and laugh because
Southside
there
nigga.
was a meme going around and they were showing like Heights niggas and it showed one picture and then they showed another picture and it said like EC, Cleveland,
Yeah,
and Kinsman nigga. And I'm like, I ain't gonna lie. I was sitting there saying, I ain't gonna lie, that's true. But I was a Heights nigga as you
hmm
see. I was a Heights nigga I couldn't stand, they called niggas Heights niggas. But I was like,
yeah,
you know how they say Heights niggas in
yeah,
fight. I was actually one of those. That's why I got into a lot of fights. I used to try to
yeah.
make a name for Heights niggas. I fought everybody. That's the reason why I've been in
Everybody.
so much trouble. And I ain't gonna lie, it's still into this day, man. I hate to say I'll fight a motherfucker to drop out of hat. I'm probably gonna be one of them 60, 70-year-olds in the nursing home. Nigga talk shit, he getting hit. Like
Yeah.
people,
So
like
Hey,
am
you
I.
go to
Ty.
jail.
So am
Like a
I.
friend of mine said, go ahead.
What I wanted to say was, first of all, I wanted to check you on something.
What's that?
As a man, you said I feel instead of saying I think.
Hmm.
You need
Oh,
to get
I
out that
know.
mindset.
Yeah.
If you're gonna
Well,
say
I
you
feel no,
feel,
I feel look. No, but listen, I feel like I feel like I hit a nigga in a minute. It's just how I am. Like I know that if I
yeah,
hit
niggas in their
somebody,
feelings. I
I
know,
take the
but
chance of going. Listen. No, I'm not saying like this. I know if I hit somebody, I take the chance of
uh,
going to jail. I take the chance
Yeah,
of
uh,
doing
especially
this.
in Ohio.
I
Yeah,
understand. That is the
the
look.
semantics. I mean,
That is the no. But I'm saying like this is people look at me. Well, if you fight them, you can go to jail. I know that, but I
who
ain't
said
gonna
anything about
lie.
fighting? I'm
It'll
just
make
saying
me
when you
feel
say you
better.
think.
No, but I mean, no, but listen. Do you hear what I said? I know what the
Yeah, I hear what you're
consequences are,
saying. I
but
hear
it'll
what you're
make me
saying.
feel better. And I hate to say
Uh,
something. I
all
don't
right,
mind the consequences. Then at least I'm not like one of
all
these women that sit up here. Well, no, I'm gonna be crying about. Hey, man, why are you in jail? Well, I did
I
it.
bust this nigga's mouth
You know
I
you
open.
don't
did that
fucked up.
shit.
You know you don't fucked up, right? You know you don't fucked up.
Right, man. I can't do nothing but do the time. Hey, look, man.
Yeah.
Look,
Speaking of
I did.
which,
Hey, when they be like,
speaking of
well, what
fucking up,
happened? Yeah, I did that shit.
yeah, you own up.
Yeah,
Speaking of which,
like
before
I
we
did that
continue this
shit.
conversation, I need to give a big shout out to the Boogie Down Bronx. What's going on, Mel?
What's good? What's good, Gerald? What's good?
What's good?
Chilling, man. Where's Charlie at?
What's good, man? How you?
I think everybody keep calling this phone as soon as I get on the damn live stream. Nobody called this the fucking phone until I get on.
What's up, Mel? Hey, what's
Hey,
up,
Oh,
Beach? You
Charles,
want
quick
to get
question.
hey,
hold on for a second, Beach? You want to get in?
Nordine.
Charlie,
let me say something to Charles.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Sir, go ahead,
I
Sergeant
want to
Major.
Sir.
I want to thank you for the 2.5 hours me and Nordine and the other brothers were allowed to just be on your stream and just kick it and talk. I never got a chance to say thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. That's what it's
That
for.
was some of the best 2 hours I did.
That was a pleasure. Trust me. It's y'all don't get it. Like I just love being around old. Not calling you old, but old in time, not in action. Like even being around my father, sometimes we talk about our times and laugh. It's funny because this is the place where men have the fellowship,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
they can put their swords, their rifles, their sidearms, their knives at the door, take off their helmets, take off their
The
armor,
shields.
take off the shields, and just sit there, grab a cigar, grab a good drink, and just converse and fellowship with each other.
Oh, oh man, I'm about to have a shot of motherfucking woo,
Woo!
What's your choice? What's your drinking choice?
brandy.
Oh yes,
Hmm.
oh
Oh, okay.
yes, that's sweet
So Brandy
brandy.
boy.
Almost salt.
Oh, what's
All
up?
right. All
Oh
right.
yeah. And I tell you, I
Man.
tell you what it is. It's like it's one of those places where we don't have to go combative with each other. There's
No.
sometimes we may do because it's all out of
Mhm.
love and because we love a good conflict and a good challenge. But we should never be so above that we can't figure out how to solve this fucking shit.
Mhm.
I wish Stephco was here right now. I said, Stephco, I would tell you what your problem is. Go get
I
a
would
guy.
too.
Go get a guy who's
Mhm.
into the construction or into fucking plumbing, electrician, HVAC, making $100,000, and you still are gonna get the same fucking shit. You
Would
may
she be
not,
open to suggestions?
Yeah.
but
I
that's up
think
to
Yeah.
not.
her. That's up to her
Hmm.
because guess what?
Hmm.
If you're not open up to learn, then that sucks on you. Go ahead, Meech.
Well, y'all got to understand something. You're talking about somebody who is mad, and she said it herself. She doesn't want to be judged the way that she's judging these guys. She doesn't rate it. Like she says, what is she saying? Being looked past, like she's invisible. Well, there's plenty of guys that I'm sure she looked past and treated like they were invisible because she wanted
Yeah.
invisible because she
Yeah.
wanted what she wanted, and there's nothing wrong with
Yeah.
wanting what you want. Nothing wrong with wanting what you want, right? But you can't complain though. Don't do both. Now you're being hypocritical. You get what I'm saying? Even if you
Well,
turn down
Yeah.
what you're qualified for, okay, turn down what you're qualified for. But now
Mm.
but you can't then complain because the guys that want something else, as though they're not supposed to have standards. They have their standards, and you have to be okay with that.
Here's,
Well, she's got
here's
to
what
see it goes both
I've seen over
ways.
the last few years. Men
I'm
like
sorry. What
me,
was that, sir?
men like me, who all, I've been making over 100,000 since I was what 42.
Damn. Wait, how
I'm
old are you
damn
now?
near 60. I'm 63.
Whew.
Oh,
Oh man,
Well, you did. A lot of people don't
59.
see. See,
You're
you gotta.
59, baby, or 58?
No, I'm 63.
No, were you born in 59?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
My mother's gonna be
Now,
fit. My mother's gonna be Yeah. My mother
here's
and
the
my
funny
father's
part.
birthday is this month.
Here's the funny part about that. When I got my full retirement, it took like a couple years after I got out because
Hmm.
I went straight to Anheuser. I ain't even gonna bullshit. Fuck whoever don't like me. I went straight to Anheuser Busch a week after I got out the military because my brother was there.
Mm, my condolences.
Mm.
And
Anheuser-Busch?
you know, yeah,
Drinking.
yeah. And you know what I do?
Oh, okay. What do you do?
All I do is load cans. That's it.
Okay.
For the last 25 years, all I did was bring cans into a building, take cans out of a building.
Mm.
And people say like, "Oh, you didn't know that's a trade because I drive a forklift." And a forklift to get a forklift driver's license and to be able to train people to drive a forklift
Is a
because I can
trade.
train too. And I don't train nothing but young guys. If you're a young guy that walk into this company, I want him. You come on, let's go. And look at my boss look at me like, yeah, you know what, I want you going over there, and I train him how to
Going
drive
over there.
forklift.
Yeah,
Let the
And
drill
I train
sergeant
him how to
train
drive
your ass.
forklift.
yeah. And
And
He
as
gonna
that's
soon
teach
as
you
they learn
something if you
how
don't
to,
learn.
and
as
that's the
soon as they
part
learn
that
how to drive it, you jump from $17 an hour walking into the door in 3 months, and I get you your certificate. Now you're making 25.
mm,
Ooh, that's a jump.
it,
That's a big bump in pay right there.
and you know what's funny about that? Because God knows how long you've been training young men, both military and at Anheuser Busch.
Shit, this been up his alley. This you in his wheelhouse.
Yeah, and like Meech said, you're making suitable husbands, whether it was in the military or whether it was in that factory.
Well, wait a minute.
Hmm.
I got one more for you.
Okay.
You got to drop trucks in the door. Some teaching you how to drive the yard dog too.
Mm. Free training,
Ah.
You're getting paid to train.
And then let me tell you something. Do you? I can't. My birthday, I have about maybe 10, 15 gallons of liquor. The guys is like here. They don't even call me like here on time.
Damn.
Mm.
Here's a
That's
$50
love.
thing to Red Lobster. Here's $50 to Outback. Here's $50 to this. Just go take you and your girl.
Mm.
And when they see I gotta get some pictures of it, Charles, and put it right there.
Oh yeah.
She ain't nothing but a 5,
Hey,
but
that's
she
a
works
damn
at
good one.
VA. She works at VA.
Okay.
She's upstairs at VA.
Mm.
She makes 6 figures.
Wow.
So I
Whoa.
don't.
Woo. Sub JL.
Yeah, yeah. She's getting ready to retire this year,
Mm.
and that's where my youngest son. This is my youngest son's mother.
Mm.
My youngest son don't want to go into the military, but we looking at him like, "Oh, you going? You ain't got a choice. You're going."
You going? You
He
gotta
said,
keep
"Cause
the.
she's former Navy,
Oh shit.
Wait a minute. What aptitudes does your youngest son have?
huh?"
What
Say it again.
aptitudes does he have? What aptitudes or talents does he have? Does he have any aspirations to go to college?
Yeah. Let me tell you something. We have a school here called Afrocentric.
Okay.
It's all black. When you graduate, you will have basically an associate's degree when you get out because they give you those courses in school. So the boy already got an associate's degree.
Mm.
He's automatically accepted at Columbus State for 2 years. And if he wants to transfer in 1 year and go to Ohio State, he got it. Did I go off the air?
No, you're good.
Okay. The kid got everything. And he looking at me like, Dad, I just want to be because he's a nerd. I love him, but he's a nerd. He's not the
What's wrong with?
physical type person. He's not the
Okay.
physical type person. But I want him to go to the military just to get all the attributes and all the stuff that he can get. The kid is just I was
You know
smart.
what?
I was
What
smart,
if
but this kid makes me look like a dummy.
You
This
know,
kid
Sergeant
makes
Major
me
I
look
Rogers,
would
like a
sir?
recommend
dummy.
that. I would recommend that at least 75% of the black male boys, who the black males who can handle the military, because not everybody be able to handle it, right? But I
Yeah.
would recommend at least, I think we need three, maybe 4 out of 5 of them at least that can handle it going into the
I
military.
think
Even the ones who are good enough for college. And the reason I say that
Yeah.
is because I think we need to, a lot of these kids, they didn't grow up the way we did. So a lot of the dealing with the world, they don't have that under their belt. And they need to go in somewhere where they can see, oh, life can be rough. Hey, one way or another, you're gonna have to deal with it, and people
Yep.
will
that.
hold you accountable, even if you
And
don't know
just,
how to do it, even if you've
and
never had to do it
yep,
before. Because boot camp
yep.
is a life changing experience.
Oh yeah, and just to let you know, Sergeant Major Meach is a veteran too. Oh
Thank you
yeah.
for your service, Meech.
9 years U.S. Marine. Sorry, 9 years U.S. Marine.
Semper Fi,
Yuma,
motherfuckers.
Arizona, and Fort Worth.
Oh God, the worst guy. You know what? My youngest son is a Marine,
Ah.
and he's a major.
Oh
All
yeah.
my sons are officers. I
Good
don't
on
know how I
Mr.
good
did
Rogers,
it.
on
sir?
you. Good on them
I don't
and
know
good
how.
on you. That says a lot
I
about
don't
you.
know how I did it,
We got a lot of
but you
servicemen.
did.
You know, I got a lot
Yeah.
of service people and firefighters and police and security and corrections people on my channel. I wonder why.
Hey
I
Mr.
always
man.
Rogers,
wondered.
sir? Sir, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Well, you know what? I mean, if he doesn't want to go into the military, you see this insignia right here? This
Hmm.
could be his other option because without these individuals, you guys would not be where y'all be at.
Oh no.
Engineers.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, if
Call
he
me
is a
Corps of
nerd, right?
Engineers.
Does he have any is he into engineering or something like that? Electrical engineering or maybe mechanical or civil?
This kid can tear down a house and put it back together.
Then
Oh,
this
he's
should be
perfect.
where he should be going.
Oh,
Then
he's
he's
a
perfect for
mechanical.
the Army Corps.
He's a mechanical kind of person.
Yeah, so
Oh,
this
Yeah.
guy is
trust me.
perfect for the
That's
Army Corps
all
of
of us.
Engineers.
If he got the certificates, they'll promote his ass, or the
Yeah,
degrees. They'll
put him in
He
the
promote
Army
his ass.
Corps. Army Corps of Engineers. That's his best.
Yeah.
He'll be just like everybody else. He'll be stationed overseas, like a lot of people, and he'll be doing some great work with them.
Get some military time in. You know,
Charles,
get
Yeah,
his.
you remember how we grew up?
Yep.
You had to learn how to change the toilet. If it
Yep.
broke, you had to put it back in. The sinks, if you
yeah,
had to put it back in.
Yep.
If one of the sockets went out, you had to learn how to run the wires.
Yep.
yeah.
And it's funny
This boy
because
could tear this boy could tear a whole house apart and put it back together by
damn,
his damn self.
god damn, that's talent. I mean, shit, you go inside of that toilet. A lot of people don't understand. I had to tell a friend of mine.
Been
He
there,
was
done
like,
that
"Damn, I
myself.
got."
Ooh.
He's like, "Damn, I gotta go get a new toilet. You know, the toilet's fucked up." I opened up that lid. I said, "Go to the goddamn hardware store and get this fucking dollar chain that connects to the goddamn
Toilet.
stopper." Yeah,
Oh, the chain
It's
broke.
called a
Oh, that
Get
flapper,
a
dude
idiot.
never
get a
did nothing
It's
to
plunger.
called
you.
a
That's the
flapper.
first thing you check.
It's called a
We
flapper.
taught
yep, a flapper.
before he learned from my father.
Yeah, that's what you said about that
He
big
learned
girl
from my
titty, a
two.
flapper.
He learned from my two brothers,
Yeah.
and he learned a little bit from me.
But Mr. Rogers, sir, like I said, right here, the Engineer
Just
Corps. This
Baltimore
is his
niggas.
best bet. This is
I'm
his
thinking
best
about
bet, sir.
sending him that way.
Yeah,
I mean,
he can still go.
Hey,
he's
hey,
already into Bushido and
hey, Charles.
Aikido because you know that's our
Yes,
family
sir.
thing. And Nagra,
Hey, Charles.
because I am
Yeah,
a full
Hold on, Meeks.
ranger.
Let him finish.
You have to
Okay, go
learn
ahead,
all
Meeks.
those styles of fighting to be a full
Yeah,
ranger.
yeah. You know, like Meeks said earlier, not everybody's cut out for the military,
we'll
unfortunately.
just we'll
Oh,
just have to
he,
we'll just have to talk to him and see, get the right recruiter. But go ahead, Meech, real quick.
You see how Judge jumped in there like he know anything about working on houses.
You know, like this motherfucker don't
Yeah.
work on houses. Last time that motherfucker worked on a house was a game of Monopoly.
damn,
Hey,
You
Judge, you
know,
don't
you
keep
know the
spilling
thing.
the
Look, look, we
aluminum
ain't built
siding.
shit. Look, we ain't built shit.
You know, black
I
men
mean,
can't build. I forgot black men don't build,
right.
right? Black men
We
don't
ain't
That's
build.
right.
built shit.
That's right.
Now,
Black men don't
wait,
build
wait.
shit.
I ain't gonna
You
lie. I ain't gonna lie. I sit here and laugh
Damn
when we
fool.
when the women talk about people in this space. I sit here and laugh. I said, do you
Oh man.
realize all these men? Where all these dumbass niggas you talking about? Because all these niggas over here, and they said they frequent these panels. All of them got decent jobs. All of them got only thing ain't gonna lie. The only thing we have in common is that we don't put up with some dumbass black women.
Yeah,
I mean, like what?
that's
you know
I mean,
that's a
and that we're hard working. Those are the two things
look.
we have in common. We
I
hard
said
working
think of.
black men, and we don't put up with some dumbass black women.
I said
And then
think about
they
this
sit
shit.
up here wondering about that, why they hate this space and destroy. I think that's the two things men respect another hardworking man. As long as you're in a lazy
Yeah,
dude, we don't give a shit.
we don't give a
But
shit.
Yeah.
We'll leave you alone. If you're a hardworking man, people don't fuck with you.
You know what I
no, they don't.
noticed? Know what I noticed,
You know
Charles, about police officers? If they see that you got that fluorescent vest on,
Uh huh.
and they walk up to your car, I'm gonna tell you something about Columbus police that I
oh man.
respect about them so much. They look at you like, "It's a working man. I'm not gonna fuck with it." Hey, look, slow down, and they go back to their car.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I got a
Wait a minute. Are
that's
you
how
different.
I care.
a Cleveland fan or Cincinnati? Wait a minute, Charles. This nigga from wait, you down in Columbus? Are you a
Yeah,
Cleveland fan or Cincinnati fan? Wait a minute.
there's nobody say anything. There's no greater running back in the world
I'm
than
just
James
asking.
Brown.
Cincinnati
There's
or the
no
Cleveland
greater
dude?
wide receiver than Paul Warfield.
Oh man.
There's been no greater quarterback in the state of Ohio since Otto Wade. Now let me tell you how I feel
Yeah.
about this anything
Yeah.
else.
I'm
Who
a
do I
listen.
love?
hey, hey
I'm
there,
a
Go
Charles.
ahead.
Cleveland
So,
Indians, Cleveland
Go.
Browns, Cleveland Cavaliers.
Go ahead, Mo
And
Beach.
yeah, and one thing I do,
so,
I want Cincinnati to
you
win the
know,
Super Bowl. And that's no lie. Just so
hold,
it comes to Ohio.
hold on, Sergeant Major.
Yeah.
How
Go
long
ahead,
has it been
Meach.
since they won last
Hold on,
one? Was it
hold on,
like
David.
22 years ago?
so,
Sorry.
so,
Go.
32 years?
um,
Oh.
uh, you look at the thing. I don't know if people know it, right? Look, when we look at that video, right?
Yeah,
Did we not notice the first thing she said when she was talking about being happy,
yeah.
and not one time did she smile during that video? In fact,
No.
right after like, I am so happy to announce, she immediately went into a scowl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Immediately afterwards, right? And
It's
the
like
second
with
thing
people.
is,
Go ahead.
uh, not one time did she correlate the PUA to the HVM. Not one time. It
Mm-hmm.
wasn't even about HVM. It was about PUA, but HVM has more of a bite. You know, I got one of my buddies I served with, right? And
Mm-hmm.
he did both. He was in the Marines, he was in the Air Force too, right? But I was telling them, I was like, I really believe there's a lot of literal mental illness going on that isn't being paid attention to, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
it's the fans on it are being flamed, so it's being fostered, and you know, people need to understand something. Typical behavior doesn't make it normal, right?
Right.
Typical and normal, not the same thing. It doesn't mean it's okay for that to happen. For instance, it's typical for a lot of poor people to not keep the maintenance up on their car, right? But as the owner of a car, it's not normal for your car to have, 85,000 miles since it last had an oil change. That's not normal. That's not normal for a car. That's gonna affect the normal running temperature. But it's typical for poor people to go a very long time without maintenance on their vehicles, right? Because they just can't afford it. And I think there's mental illness that is being treated as normal because it's typical, and it's only making things harder on everybody. Because when you really if you could watch that video and not put how you, because it is going to garner some emotion in you, right? I mean, we are who we are, right? if you literally treat it like look at it as an examine the words she's using, the topic, and her face the entire time. Notice, I don't know if y'all noticed this. Did you notice that her demeanor is darker than it was last time?
Yes,
Hmm.
yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
unfortunately,
I'm telling you, she's
they,
a
they,
few steps from the Dark Mother praising.
Here's what I think about
a lot of them
Stephco.
know. Now, a lot of them think back and they know that they had plenty of dudes that really liked them and they fucked it up. I mean, just give an example. Women get so many chances. Like I ain't gonna lie, when you make it to 35, 30 years old and you ain't got no perspectives out there, I mean, sometimes they'll never come out and say it. But I'll give you a perfect example. A friend of mine needed an issue. I called my aunt for it. I was gonna ask her for a favor, and he was on the phone with me, and he listened to. He's like, "God damn, why your aunt talk like that?" And I'm just like, "Oh man, I hate to say." She's like, "You sound so." He said, "You sound so like just evil and all like that." I said, "Everything." I told her everything. He's like, "What? Are y'all mad?" I'm like, "No, this is just how she normally talk." I said, "That's why she ain't got no man." But then occasionally she breaks down crying because she can't get into a relationship. Everything is so combative. It's like, and I was like, Auntie, sometimes just shut up. Just say, and go about the business. Don't everything have to be a debate. And I'm not even gonna lie. Men come home, they don't want to do all that shit. Hey, baby, can we have a steak today? Like, what, just go ahead and do it. It's just like everything don't always have to be a debate. I mean, I said, you don't realize something. Men, we like to expel our energy on progress. We don't like to expel our energy on fighting and
Yes,
arguing. That's a waste of energy.
yes.
I said, I said, just give an example. You want to sit up here and talk about, like, say I'm a country, right? I wouldn't even be surprised if, say, China even did this and brought this shit on. But say I'm a country and it's my country versus your country. And I want to make sure, and we're gonna have a race. Who can? We all got everything the same. I mean, like everything, same resources, same everything, all on a level playing field. But I tell the women in my country to be bullshit and not support men. But I tell the women in your country to do whatever they can to help the men. You will blow us out of the water 9 times out of 10. So far, it's not funny because when a man doesn't have the stress, the ego, and all that other bullshit at home, he's more productive at work. He's more productive at whatever goal you're trying to reach. You're gonna get there. I mean, you could be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna build a matchstick hot mile to the moon." I hate to say something. If you had people backing you, yeah, always in your corner, you probably would get that shit done. Impossible task are made possible by, because you done taken a lot of stress out of a person's life. They're more productive. Even the employees, even employers know that. Hey, well, when employees feel nice and happy, they work harder. When a
In other
guy
words,
comes home
Judge,
and knows he don't
not
have to sit
all
up here and
not all
fight,
movement is progression.
Right.
right? And they don't understand. And then after a while, some men look and say, "Shit, man, I might as well just let it go." Oh God, somebody calling this phone again.
Okay, here's Stephco's problem. And I'm going to do this real quick. Stephco is not a ugly woman. Oh, yeah, it says she's not an ugly woman. She's a 5 that can be adjusted up to maybe a 7, maybe a 7.5. Stephco wants men like me, or a Charles, or a Nordine, but you don't qualify. You qualify for, like you said, Charles, the plumber, the guy, the roofer, the guy that makes $100,000 a year, but he's not the Aussie Coffee guy.
Yeah, he's not the
Hey,
guy
you know
who's
what?
gonna be social to the balls and all that shit, but he's gonna give you a damn good lifestyle. Go ahead,
He
Meech.
gonna give you a damn
He,
good life.
I bet you there are I bet you there are software engineers, computer programmers that have approached that woman. She don't want them because
Man,
they're not
and she
swaggy.
blew it. No, and you
That's
know
what
what?
she's
I
chasing.
think
She's
she
chasing
blew
two
it.
things. She's chasing two things. She's chasing the stereotypical physical alpha male, and she wants that combined with money and status. But the thing is, you can have dudes. There's plenty of dudes out there that make plenty of money and would find her attractive because she's a five.
And,
When she saw her in there, that was her fixed up. She's a five, but there's plenty of dudes that are fine with a five. Because you
with
know
a
what? There are a
five.
lot of dudes out there that are dating less than a five.
Yeah.
She
They
wants a
would be
James.
perfectly happy with her, but she turns her nose up at them and then gets mad when other guys do the same thing to her. That's what it is.
She wants, yeah,
She she
she
doesn't
wants
want
James.
fairness.
She wants a
No,
James
she's
Patrick
one of
type.
them bitches that think that her education gets her gets her a 8, 9, or 10 man. No, your education don't get you that, baby.
And you know what?
Your
How about
your
this? Think about how
She wants
think
a
about how
James
ridiculous. I think about how
Patrick
ridiculous.
from Power. That's
Well,
her type that she
think,
wants.
think about
And
think about how ridiculous this is, right? Because what Sergeant Bridger just said was true, right? But think about this: if our earning potential and our education as a man, which allows us to bring home the bacon better, right? If
right.
that doesn't qualify us for a woman, the way they've been saying recently, then why would a woman's education and money earning ability earn her a man? That's not what we want biologically. People don't seem to
No,
understand this. Let me say this real quick. People don't seem to understand that people haven't changed in a very long time. Everything that's around us, the technology changing, the jobs, new different types of jobs, those are implement to human life. They're implements. I don't care if you fucking invented the airplane, if you pilot the airplane, if you work on the airplane, what type of airplane it is. People do the same thing they do all the time. You can fly further to have sex with somebody, but it's still the same thing whether you're walking across the street or you're flying across the world. All of this stuff is to implement the same thing, human interaction. But people want to use terms like we've evolved. No, we haven't,
hold
and so
on,
they like to
Kevin.
act as though things have changed. People are still the same old people.
no, the
Hold
funny
on.
thing about it though,
Hold
she's
on for a second, gentlemen. Hold on for a second, gentlemen. I'm taking a drink for all the Rangers
Oh,
giving
hold, let
their
me take one
lives
with you
for this,
then.
who has given their lives for this country, and for all the men and young men who are about to take that task and walk into being into the Ranger schools. This drink that I take for you is from a sergeant major of 21 years of the United States Army. And I salute you and every man that has taken the vows and has walked through the valley of the shadow of darkness and feared no evil as bullets have been fired at their heads and walked through and said, I believe in my destiny. Here's to my brothers, and I love you all.
It's so funny though. That last video when she was complaining about guys not stepping up to her and everything.
Woo!
Said herself that she said I dated these guys, but she's not getting wiped up by them because you're nothing more than just a smash and dash. That's it. When you talk and
Well, they're
act
not
out
deciphering.
your mouth, you turn them the fuck off. She don't know how to submit and follow.
And you
No,
know what,
she's
dude?
too, she's
Go ahead.
too, she wants to be too much of a leader. You can't, real
Exactly.
men won't let you lead.
Exactly.
And
Well,
she
here's the
keeps
thing
trying
too,
to
though.
go after real men, and they won't let her lead.
Exactly. And
But
that's
here's the
the
thing
Then
point.
you
too,
got
Sergeant
to
Major.
submit.
At that. She looked at just
She
like I
she
guarantee
would.
more percentage of black women looked up to the Hustables as the perfect marriage. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Two
it
two
was.
highly successful black people practically on the same level, but mama was technically more lead in that house than the father and
No,
stuff.
Well,
no,
I
you
brother,
know,
thought
brother.
let me say.
Stop for a minute. I had that life. Told you to tell you that. I had that life.
Right.
My wife led the house All I did was pay the bills. Half the time I was somewhere in another country.
Well, see,
My
that makes a
boys
difference.
didn't understand that I couldn't come to football games. My boys didn't understand that I was overseas. I got black flag when we were young. Charles will tell you what a black flag is.
And so
My
here's
wife
something.
led my family for a while, and I had no problem letting her lead me because I was away. But when I came home, the first thing she did was acquiesce to me. This is yours, Daddy. All I did was make sure it was right.
You see, that's the difference between yours and how the Huxtables ran theirs. Cliff was technically was didn't go away like that unless he had to deliver a
No,
baby and locally.
Claire,
Oh, listen.
Claire acquiesced.
But
Claire
yeah,
always
look,
acquiesced.
let me finish. There's a difference
Okay.
between yours and the Huxtables and stuff. You were still leader in your household. You just had to be away for work. Cliff and Claire, they were still local. She was a lawyer, he was a doctor, still local. And even they was in the house together when the kids acted up, she overruled his authority and like I'm taking over. Gave more of the punishment than Heathcliff did.
Shit, so did my wife.
So check this
I
out.
expect that.
Here's something I want people to think about. Right, here's another thing I've never heard mentioned before. Is that when you look at Claire Huxtable, very attractive woman, right? Claire will not have a problem getting a man. Everybody up here can agree. All right.
No, she wouldn't.
Was was Bill Cosby stunningly handsome?
Yes, he was.
Nope.
Nope,
Yes,
he
he
was not.
was.
No, he was
He was
not.
an elegant
No,
man, but not a handsome
nah, he
man.
Well,
wasn't
Hold
in
stunningly
his
on, hold
younger
handsome.
on. I'm
days,
going through with this.
in his younger
I'm going
days,
with
he might have
this.
been considered, but not on the show.
Right.
Not
So
on the
here's where I'm
show.
going with that. Is that Claire? Well, now first off, he was attractive enough for her, but she didn't
Hmm.
prioritize looks. She found a man who was attractive enough for her, and then was in love with not just him. Sure, she liked his looks, but it was a lot of the other stuff too that she liked.
Yeah.
Because if we
It's a total
saw, if we were,
package.
if we saw them walking down the street, we didn't know who they were, and they just had on regular blue collar clothing, right? And you just saw Bill Cosby and Claire Huxtable walking through them all. You don't know anything about them. They're not dressed especially well or anything, right? You would be like, this dude right here must be crushing her spine if he got a woman that looks like that. Yes or no? We would all
Yep,
think that right off the
Maybe.
bat.
yep. But you got to
We would all
remember
think that right
this.
off the bat.
You got to remember this. Stephco thinks like a man
Exactly.
Yes, he does.
Yep.
Does she though?
because she does because this is the reason why.
Or is she just
Notice,
trying to?
well,
No, she
she's
is.
trying to. She thinks like a man, but it goes against her programming because she's naturally a woman.
Yeah.
And the reason why I said that is, look at modern women. They don't want men off of their studiousness. They don't want them off their hardiness,
Nope.
their strength, their protection, their provision. They want them off of their fucking looks like they're a bunch of fucking
Pretty.
bitches.
What pretty boys?
And last
Pretty
time I
much.
Jason
checked,
Williams, anybody? Wait,
very few pretty
what's the name of
boys are protecting
the?
you.
Say it again,
Pretty boys
Charles.
don't fight.
I'm gonna say it again.
One more
Pretty boys
Very
don't
time for
few
fight.
the slow
pretty
kids in
boys.
the back.
Oh yeah, very few pretty boys are gonna protect you. And
Mm.
here it is. You should get a
We don't
guy.
believe that.
Guess what? Most guys, and shout out to Valdez for saying this. Shout out to the Angry Man for saying this shit years ago. When he came out, and I'm gonna tell you what, Valdez need to come back out and revamp some of his classic shit because that shit was a
Yes, he
masterpiece.
do. Yes, he do.
He need to come back out with some of his old shit because that old shit about 4 or 5 years ago was fucking brilliant. When he talked about beauty and the myth that women are the most beautiful creatures, when do men wear makeup?
When women are okay with it,
Um,
the
Let
same
me
Nah.
put it
time
to
they
you
wear
this way.
purses.
Look at
Charles,
you this way.
I dropped my story. These niggas were like, oh,
Yeah,
oh, oh.
yeah.
Nigga, for me as looks, I know I'm a 5.
Hey,
But
like,
I got a California 8 to just walk up on me and like, you're gonna be my husband.
exactly. Think about
And
that.
niggas don't even think, they think that I'm lying.
Think about that. Where the hell does a fucking Army Ranger need to be a fucking fitness model?
At the same time that a man wants a woman tall, dark, and handsome. That's when.
Exactly. And I'm gonna tell you, to that too. If you give a man a shape up in the beard, or you shape up his fucking hairline, that changes the outlook of that man.
Yeah.
You talking about rugged
That's
good
it.
looks?
Think about
No.
it. There's
Jason
pictures.
Statham, anybody?
Yeah.
Do
Matter of
I
fact,
have to drop my thing again for my new brothers on here?
I'm
Shit.
like this. Look at it this
Shit,
way.
Richard Pryor without the mustache.
Wait,
Look at Richard.
go ahead, Charles.
Look at this. When you actually think about this, there's times I'm scruffy than a motherfucker like now.
Yeah.
And women just
Yeah.
love that ruggedness look. When it gets, and then when you get their number, or if you choose to get their number, and they see you with a shape up, it's like, my God.
God.
Like, there's
Calvin.
women who I work with, and they were like, my God. And I was like, what? I didn't know you were this
What?
fucking handsome.
What?
I never
Nigga,
Get a
get
lot of
off.
attention when my hair was out.
And
Yeah.
it's funny, like, she was like, I never used to find bald men attractive, but God, you carry it well. And it's like, I'm not trying to hit on you, but God, like, I had lesbian chicks, like I'm not gonna lie, I love your fucking
Bi
ass.
chicks. Definitely bi or
That-
All,
that-
all of them
Oh,
are bi.
God.
You just gotta figure out.
You don't have to be nice about this.
You just gotta figure out what dick they like. So,
Hey, Charles. Hey, Charles.
I'm gonna tell you that.
Hey,
I'm
you
gonna
know,
take one more shot about the lesbian shit.
Hey, Charles.
go ahead.
Charles, you know one of the most, one of the fucking moments in my life that made my ego shoot up the biggest.
What's
Me and
that?
my boy was in Yuma going to the bar and shit. Now this back, I'm dating myself a little bit. But this back when sleeveless vests used to be in style. Nigga,
Oh,
a chick yelled at me across the parking lot. She said, "Hey, you with the arms?" I mean, yeah, your boy doing the thing out here. I don't know. Now don't get me wrong, you want to attract a whole lot of ones you don't want either, boy. I don't have some heavyweights coming at me, boy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Be careful, you was fucking with me. She a heavyweight.
Nope. I can't do that now.
I told you.
You heavier than me.
I said I looked at it
What do
right.
you mean heavyweight? We talking like
And
Della Reese heavyweight or like Monique heavyweight?
little
Della Reese heavyweight. Oh God, Della Reese is
No,
still
Della
pretty.
Reese heavyweight would tell you to kiss her ass first of all.
Well,
I put
Della
like this.
Della Reese
Reese
is
in
just
her
a
prime was a
beautiful
bad
woman.
bitch.
Oh,
Hey, look,
she was a bad lady.
I don't have
Very good,
I don't
Charles.
have some chick. I don't have some chick come at me where even Charles will put on his gloves before he get into a fist fight with him. He's like, yeah, this gonna be a scuffle, right?
Hey yo,
Yeah.
when we're talking about the Huxtables, when we're talking about Bill Cosby and Felicia Rashad, now back in the '80s, yeah, they had their characters were affluent, but if anybody
were.
remembers their show from the '90s,
Yeah, I
the
remember.
'90s show, Cosby,
Yeah.
they were blue collar. She owned a cafe. He was retired. He retired from working for the airport and shit.
Yeah, I remember that.
They
I know
were
what you're
blue
talking about.
collar and they had a simple house.
But they
And
still,
That
Yeah,
wasn't called the
believe it or
and they
not,
still
Cosby though.
kept the same.
and believe
Yeah,
it or
no,
not,
they're
that
called the
was still,
Hiltons in that one.
you know,
It was
what's funny.
called Cosby. It was called Cosby, not the
And
And
Cosby.
Yeah,
Cosby show was
you know
80s.
what's
90s it was Cosby.
you know what's funny. You know what's funny. That show was actually successful. And,
Yeah.
Yep.
It-
But they
it's-
didn't want to
And
run.
they talked about a lot of good shit. You know, they talked about some very serious issues. Like I remember when what's her face? Juicy Smouillet's older sister. When she was on that show as a daughter, right?
Smooth, yeah, juicy smooth. Yeah.
Juicy Smouillet. Okay,
You
but hold
talking
on, hold on, hold
about
on, hold on now.
his fine ass sister?
Yeah, his finance sister. She was on the show, and Sinbad was on the show, and he played her father. And they had the discussion about how parents trying to have the talk with their kids about the birds and the bees.
Hmm.
And Cosby was trying to explain to Sinbad, you got to talk with her now about this shit, but yeah, you got to talk it with age appropriate. Or there was another episode where Cosby talked about. Wait, hold on, bring up that brother. Being bald, big, and better than skinny with long. Okay, I resent that because I used to have long hair as a skinny motherfucker. But yeah.
Yeah, guys, got me.
I'm
Shout out to the
6'3",
shout out.
170.
Remember,
Okay.
we're the bald and the beautiful.
But anyway, but as I was saying, he in one episode that he did talk about mental illness because Cosby's character did was reacquainted with a friend. But the friend was a homeless bum, but he had a paranoid schizophrenia, and he realized what happened to him. Because in that episode, he would talk to his friend's daughter as well as their mother, as well as his mother, to find out what happened to his friend, why his life just ended up the way it was. But they talk about some serious shit in that second show. But Matt, can you bring up the brother? Bring up that brother's quote.
But you gotta realize, man. But you
Matt,
gotta
you gotta hate on me like that? Come on, don't hate me because I can grow a fro out.
Hey,
Shit.
don't hate us because we're bold and beautiful. And
I
see,
am glad I
wouldn't grow my fro
it's
out.
funny. It's funny that you said it about Cosby. But
Mhm.
we're allowing to go to bed. I'm about to shit. You first, nigga. but you gotta remember, we still try to condemn, not us,
Adrian
of
Mackey
course.
with the cigar.
Oh yeah. They try. If you listen to the fucking media, they still want to hang Cosby out to dry. But I don't see none of these bitches taking their diplomas away, taking their degrees, their certifications that he donated in some form or fashion. Cosby put more fucking people in the fucking college than anybody
Morehouse,
on planet.
Temple.
I mean,
His son went to Morehouse. Remember, Ennis went to Morehouse.
yeah.
All
And
right, Charles.
if you remember,
Here's a
I'm
question for
sorry.
you, Charles.
hold on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Like I remember,
Keep
if
going.
anybody remembers the second reinstallment of Arsenio, Cosby did an interview on Arsenio, and he explained to Arsenio why it was important for his son Ennis to go to Morehouse, and what he talked about the importance of Morehouse, because Morehouse is more than just an HBCU. It was more than just a fraternity. It was a family, just like Spelman was a family with the black women.
Shout out to my ex Serena. She graduated from Spelman.
Oh, okay. That's what's up.
So,
I remember in
Fun
Eritrea, there was a
times in
gentleman I met. There's a gentleman I met. He was a graduate of Howard. How I knew is when I noticed his ring. And I said, "What's that ring you got on, sir?" He looked at me. I saw it, and that was his graduation ring. And I said, "Howard University? You went to an HBCU?" And he was shocked I knew about that.
hey, so here's a question for you, then, Charles.
It's something funny that a lot of y'all don't know.
Oh, go
And
ahead.
I'm gonna tell y'all something that happened on Fort Leonard Wood,
Fort Lost in the Woods.
and this is true. And you can look it
Okay.
up. We used to tear Fort Leonard Wood up on the 1st and the 15th of every month. You had Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. You had the best of the best on Fort Leonard Wood in the 1980s. We used to tear the old club and the EM club up every month.
Whoa.
I can imagine that.
Go ahead,
The
Beach.
Hey,
Oh.
hey, Charles. So here's the question then. So when we go back to what we were talking about,
Yeah, I wanted to bring up
we
something
were talking
about that,
about
actually.
Hold on.
Cosby earlier, right?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
When we was talking about Cosby earlier, right?
Mhm.
And constantly going after him. So here's the thing: Everybody wants to hang all of this shit on the pound cake stick, right? And I get it.
Hmm.
Hmm.
People get a little perturbed. They feel like they're being preached to. Okay, that's fine. The question is,
Okay,
why
I
is that
get
not
that.
forgivable? Why is that not forgivable? But they forgive everybody else for some of the most heinous shit they do. But the pound cake speech makes him unforgivable.
You know what kills me about that pound cake speech? We
Fuck
had
What's
been
that
the
pound
saying
cake
the
speech.
same thing for like 20 years before he said it. So
Imagine
why are
that.
people
Right.
outraged? Because I know I wasn't. And I was quite ashamed that a lot of black people on here on YouTube, content creators
Listen
at
to
the
all
time,
my brothers.
actually got their panties in a bunch on them. I'm like, dude, you just said that last week. What are you talking about?
Wait a minute. Can you say that
Thank you.
again, Bay? Because I don't think people heard you from the back.
A lot of so-called
Hold on,
pro-black
sir.
a lot of pro-black YouTube content creators called themselves mad at Bill Cosby when they were saying the same thing the week before. Pull your pants up, get an education.
Hmm.
Okay, I mean, have we not been saying? Well, have I, along with a few others, I can't speak. I don't want to speak for you, Charles, but I'm pretty sure
I've
you
said it
said
for
it too
years. Pull your
about
goddamn
men
Say for
pants
getting
up. Ask
years.
Biggie.
men getting their stuff together, cleaning your room, hitting the gym, dressing like an adult. Okay, we've all said pretty much the same thing. Because who walks around? Why are you mad that Bill Cosby told your son to pull his pants up? Because your trifling as a so-called mother letting him walk around like that.
Hmm. But
Before
we're
I
back.
go, I wanted to say something before I go. That's
Okay.
totally off topic. Have any of y'all watched Peacemaker or what's uh damn it, the one the show about Alfred
Oh,
Pennyworth? Have you
Pennyworth.
seen
Pennyworth.
Pennyworth or
Pennyworth.
have you seen
Alfred
Peacemaker?
goes hard in that shit.
Oh my God, dude,
He goes hard. He is
he goes
nobody.
so hard.
He
Wait,
is
his parents are
nobody
from
to
the streets,
literally
bruh.
fuck with, huh?
His parents are from the streets. Remember them people was in the house in their house trying to hold them hostage.
Hey,
Yeah.
Bitter, one question.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yes.
Hold on.
No, no, no. Is this shit
Go ahead, ask
Pennyworth?
the
Is this
question.
on HBO?
It's
It's
on
on
HBO
HBO
Max. That
Max.
All right, I
and
got it.
Peacemaker. They're both really good shows. You
Peacemaker
know,
funny as shit, but good action.
yeah, Peacemaker is meant to be funny, whereas Pennyworth is dry humor. Because I was
Hmm.
dying laughing when they, the man and the woman that was trying to get at Pennyworth and his chick, and like they was beating him up, and then his mother and father jumped up and kicked their asses, and they
Yeah.
were stomping them out, and then they stopped, looked at each other, took a breath, and he's stomping them out again.
Yeah. Like you got to think, Alfred. You got to think. And it's starting to make me think why Bruce Wayne is the way he is. It's not because of his parents' death. It's probably because of Alfred's influence and training.
It's definitely Alfred. It's definitely
Like
Alfred.
Alfred is the first. I said it once. I'm gonna put it in my community tab. The definition of a day one nigga right there. Like he is the definition of one. Like, did you see the one where he came down? His boy was hired to take out these criminal kingpins, and he came in there with the double barrel. Boom.
Boom, boom. Look, okay. Look, before I go, all I want to say is like, because people on my channel they trip like Peacemaker. Like, isn't he racist? Like, well, he was raised to be that way, but it's not his true intent because he
Yeah.
does not get along with his father. And if you know anything about the White
Yeah.
Dragon was a racist supervillain.
Yeah.
Okay, who used to work with the in the books? He used to work with the original Suicide Squad. Okay, but
Yep.
he wound up getting killed. But they changed everything up, and I swear to God, my favorite character is Vigilante.
The vigilante is funny.
He is
Like,
funny. Like when I don't want to give it away, but like when Peacemaker had to eliminate those butterflies in the house, the
mhm.
what I'm saying, and he
and
couldn't
he
do it.
he took that fucking barrack.
Yeah, and Vigilante was like, "Oh, I'll do it." Scooby Dooby Doo, and he was trying to cap.
He putting the kids down. The goddamn
Yeah,
wife.
He had no
But hey,
problem shooting people in cold
hey,
blood.
Bitter, hey, Bitter, what's up with
Go ahead.
what's up? I was just gonna
You're
ask you.
boring.
I'm
What's
working.
good? What's
Yes.
good, bro? But those are two shows that I recommend. Those are great adult entertainment. It's none of that new age,
Oh, no
feminist
feminism in it.
garbage or nothing like that. I mean, Peacemaker has a little bit in it, but it's
Well,
not. It's
it's
not
not
overbearing, and
overbearing.
it makes sense. Right? It makes sense.
It makes
Because they,
sense because he's kind of aloof and
yeah,
socially
he's kind of
awkward.
aloof. He's kind of dumb, not too dumb, but he's smart enough to figure something out.
Yeah,
Then
he's a
Hey,
little
okay,
Charles, can
socially
you hear me now?
he you're still Borgin. He's more socially awkward and aloof than actually stupid. He's smart enough to do what he needs to do,
yeah.
but he's just so socially awkward because of his
Remax,
father.
mother sucker.
He was raised a
Like,
certain way. Remember,
yeah,
his
and
father's
it's fun.
influence has left him socially awkward, and he's got a bit of a confidence issue as a result because
Yeah,
he has a strained relationship with his dad, and
Yeah,
his
because of
dad
his
probably
brother
was
dying. I'm
yeah.
trying to
that
figure out, did
too.
his brother die of a drug overdose or what?
Yo, does anybody remember the show
I
All in the
gotta look.
Family? Archie
Yeah.
Bunker.
Uh-huh.
Archie. Okay, Archie admitted the way he thought, the reason why he thinks and acts the way he was is because
It's his
the way he
father.
was brought up by his father.
Yeah,
So he's
Peacemaker is
always been
kind
a
of
bit of
like
a crank just because of that. It's always been
yeah.
Can you
it's,
hear me?
He's
Yeah,
still
he
Borgin.
he's
fights
still Borg
he
and
still
Kylo.
fights against it. I think that's why a lot of my audience they don't want to take to it because they see Peacemaker as a racist, but if you actually watch the show, you'll see that he's not racist.
No, he's
He's
not
just
racist.
dumb like that.
He's just going against his. He has an ignorance. He has an air of ignorance, and
Thank you.
he
He
has an
lives in
air
a
of
trailer.
ignorance. Yeah,
He lives in a trailer. What
he
is
lives in a
that?
damn.
Um,
It's funny because when you find out somebody's Amanda Waller's daughter is spying on them. Oh my god, that was fun. That was funny. Like, oh, I never killed anybody. You still didn't.
You
look
gonna
at it
have to
this
shoot
way.
him after I've killed him.
Look at it this way, folks. As far as men go, context is everything, but we still need nuance, because nuance is like those little intricate details that give you the clear picture.
I'll
Yeah.
answer.
Context is the framework.
I'll answer Free Will Defenders. He said, Charles Faulkner, do you agree with that Peacemaker said about Batman? And I asked him, what's that? That Batman's a pussy because he caused millions of deaths instead of just killing the villains the first time. Yes and no. And I'll
Hold on,
tell
let
you
me
what.
play it for him so they can understand the context. I got it on my TikTok. I'm getting close to 10,000 viewers. I need that money. All right, let me play it.
As a covering supervillains, Joker, Riddler, Mad Hatter. So what? You said you were a superhero like Batman. You have a coterie of supervillains? No, he doesn't. So maybe you're not a superhero after all.
All right, he dropped his bag because he was walking to the car, coming back to the guy.
You want to know why I don't have a coterie of supervillains? Why? My coterie of supervillains is 6 feet fucking under. There you see? Batman doesn't kill people. Because he's a pussy. He's a dark creature of the night. He's a jackass who wrestles with murderers just like clowns and throws them in prison so they can break out of prison and then murder more people. Really, because how many people do you think Batman's indirectly murdered by being too much of a candy ass not to kill these fools who clearly need to be smoked once and for all, you prickly sharp-face looking dimension-infested fuck! Jesus. Just trying to make conversation.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll answer this question for him. This is how I think. The fan of my knowing psychology and what the black pill is to people. Batman couldn't do it. If Batman killed, he will become a villain.
He said it himself.
He
Have
will
you?
be. It's not the fact that he's afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop killing.
Yep.
Compared to somebody like
Joker.
So,
Because remember,
no.
the Joker.
more
No,
like
think
Let
about
me
this.
hold
Hold on,
on.
wait.
Let me
Okay.
finish.
Okay.
Compared to somebody like Wonder Woman,
A Wonder Woman of murk your ass.
Yeah, she
But
murked
she's
you.
not she's not afraid to kill. Made her peace with it. I mean, she's from a fucking island full of warrior women and grew up there. And
The
literally,
Amazon.
she doesn't have any psychological she doesn't have any psychological hang-ups against it. But
She
she
don't
not
have as
gonna
much of a dark side.
no. She go ahead.
No, you gotta remember, yeah, you gotta remember Wonder Woman. Like, let's take away the gender aspect of Wonder Woman. Even in Greek mythology and everything, warriors like that and everything, they
There was an
train
incentive.
trained to defend, but killing is definitely an option. And they like you said, Charles, they won't have a psychological effect of that. You know, they
Yeah,
all they do is
yeah,
Look at it
protect
this way,
no
Mel.
matter what.
They train to kill.
Exactly,
yeah.
If
they
you
train
No,
to
look
if
at
you
kill,
this.
ever
No,
watch
look at
and
this
Wonder
way.
Woman,
and that's their way of protecting and
if
stuff.
you ever
Yeah, I
That
mean, and
seen,
look at it
Batman
this way,
is.
Mel.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay,
Batman
sorry.
is different because
Yes.
when he like we all know his origin. He was a kid when
Mhm.
he saw his family get killed. But then the fact
Yes.
is, he saw his family was building the city that was technically a hell zone a lot. The mob had control
Mm.
of it. The mob had control of the police. Police was corrupt. Yet his family had a moral ground. Like there are still good people out there. He carried that with him
Yeah.
and
I'll,
stuff.
but
I'll,
who did the
Yeah.
You
mob
know, he
work
said, and
for?
Batman
And
said himself. If you watch the movie, the Under the Red Hood, when he told Jason Todd, man, I thought about killing the Joker for a long time, no matter what. But if I do, I will never come back.
yeah. It's
okay,
Yes.
like
should
it's
That's
like
a
this. I'll
line
say
you
this.
can't cross
I'll,
over. You
I'll,
can't
I'll
cross
say
back.
this. I'll say this. Has Superman killed? Yes.
oh hell
Here's
yeah.
the difference. Superman said it in the book Trinity, which I got signed by John Burns, the paperback novel.
Where you
Oh,
have it stored at?
in a locker,
Where?
somewhere,
Where?
somewhere in the state of Texas,
Somewhere
over the
over the
rainbow.
Over the
rainbow.
And it's
rainbow, blue
funny, and it's
birds
funny because
fly.
I'll tell you what. I'll answer this yes and no because one, the psychological effects it would have on Batman, but me being in law enforcement and a soldier for so long, there's no way in good fucking health and truth would I allow somebody that fucking dangerous to to be allowed to go kill because guess what? Can a cop shoot a guy in the back? Yes, under certain circumstances. If
If he
this
has a
guy
weapon,
if he has a weapon and he's pointing it towards someone, or is he trying to gain advantage to continue to fight, or is he going to try to get a hostage? Meaning,
Gosh,
I don't have a problem killing a motherfucker if the right circumstances are there,
this is
and do
tough.
it, and we'll eat a old bowl of cereal doing it.
quick question. Have any of y'all ever read Squadron Supreme?
Yeah,
No.
No.
That Batman in that, because Squadron Supreme is a Marvel comic where they took the DC heroes
Oh,
and reinvented them.
yeah, like
Their
Hyperion.
Batman is a black man, and he killed his Joker on the first meeting. He has no problem killing folks.
what was his name? Dark Hawk or something like that. Yeah, Night Hawk or something.
Nighthawk.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nighthawk.
Well,
I
you
got
know
the
him.
book. He will murk you brutally because he killed his Joker by shooting him through the gut with a grappling hook because he was like a child murderer and
Mm-hmm.
he was holding a
Ah,
kid hostage. He killed that motherfucker. He
Hmm.
wasted no time. He wasted him within 10 seconds.
Now,
What were you
10
saying,
seconds.
Meech?
now I
Hold on,
will
go
say
ahead.
this:
You
Hold on,
Batman
hold on,
actually
hold on. Go ahead.
has Batman actually has killed someone.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Can y'all hear me now?
But he
Yeah.
won't kill who he
Ah,
Let
needs
me
to
finish it.
kill.
Batman
everybody
Yeah.
actually
talking
has
over each other.
someone.
Hold up, one at a time.
Yeah, let me,
Mel Go, then Meech.
now, Batman actually had killed someone Darkseid in the Final Crisis and stuff because he realized that you know what, I'm gonna break my one rule because he know that was the most dangerous evil throughout the universe, dangerous than the Joker and stuff. And he was like, you know what, in order to stop this, and I have the ability to do it, he had the Omega bullet and shot it at Darkseid. He was willing to kill him. Period.
He might, you know what? If
Hey,
Zack Snyder is able to finish his Justice
I
League
ain't gonna
movie,
go there.
that
I'll
might
wait
be
till
how it
later.
ends.
wait a minute.
Yeah.
That just might
Oh,
be how it
oh,
ends.
Nah. I wouldn't even want to see it.
So
I want to just like do normal Justice League. If you read, matter of fact, that's why I came earlier. Charles, you might not like how Zack Snyder picked Superman. If he continued this Justice League, he made him a cuckold.
Nah,
hey,
he
so
go
If
ahead,
you read
Meech.
it, if you read
yeah,
it,
there's to keep in account here, folks need to understand something. Batman is barely hanging on to not killing anybody. He really is struggling.
Yeah,
To
it is.
Yeah.
he really is on the edge. So when he's talking, it's literally he's looking like if I do that, I'm slipping back. That's gonna be it. There is no testing the water and then getting out, right? Because he's barely hanging on. It's not. Let's be very clear. He's not killing people because he doesn't think that's a wise move. He's not avoiding killing people because he doesn't want to. He wants to. He's just not gonna do it.
Yeah, it does.
Because
It
there's a
just don't
line. It's
want
it's
to.
it's a place of no going back.
Yeah.
You can no
It's
go.
like
There's no going back from that.
Exactly.
it's like this. For example, we got a Army Ranger and a Marine there. You know what happened if you took away the traditions and the character and the morals from an Army Ranger and a Marine? You have a
You
fucking
could
killing
do.
machine.
You
Woo!
could think.
On that
There's a
note,
lot of.
I'm going to bed. Good night,
That's what
fellas.
basically. All right, man.
Hey,
That's
All
but
right,
what
take
hold
it
we.
on,
easy.
man. Hold on,
Uh,
man. Hold on.
Charles, you know what you
Oh,
would
Hold up, one
have?
at a time. One at a time.
Let me go.
Go ahead.
You know what you would have? And this ain't no lie, and this Marina said too. We'll go back to the Frozen Chosen. And we ain't
Mm.
letting nobody walk past us. You die as we walk by.
Hmm.
And I'm gonna make sure that air support supports me. I'm going to kill everything as I walk back and get my boys back. And I'm going to carry every Marine and every soldier with me. And nigga, if you fire upon me while I'm taking my dead wounded out, I'm gonna kill everything in front of me. I'm gonna kill everything in front of me and 20 miles behind me.
Yep.
No man gets left behind.
Yep. And that's pretty much how it is. Which
Wait,
what's
wait,
up,
wait!
Z?
I didn't start the engine yet, motherfucker. What's
Go
with the
ahead.
premature ejaculation here?
Go
Shit.
ahead. Go ahead.
Hang on.
Let the Marine tell me I'm lying. Let
So
him tell
There
me
we go.
about my dad that was one of the part of the Frozen Chosen.
yeah. What do you say about that, Beach? You still there,
No
Hey,
Meech?
man
folks
gets
have to
left behind.
understand something when you're talking about the chosen reservoir, right? They need to understand something. And look, when you're talking about when you're going back, let's say what 40s, and you're talking about the army, the military back then, especially when you're talking about special forces,
Mm-hmm.
completely different animal, right?
Oh
So
yeah.
uh, things were far more, even though you still had close. I mean, even Charles did it himself. So you still had close quarters combat, right? Like during our era of it. But back then, hand
It
to
was
hand combat,
Oh.
literally
trench
hand to hand, was far
warfare.
more frequent. Trench warfare, right? Whole
Oh yeah.
it was a completely different thing. So for somebody to be able to man up and go out in that and not bitch up,
Hmm.
that alone, whether he got put down or not, is besides the point. His willingness to walk out into something like that speaks to his bravery. Do you get what I
Let
mean?
me I'll
There's a
give you
lot
an
of
Yeah.
example
motherfuckers
right
right
Yes.
there.
now.
And then he wonder, Charles, and
Um,
then he wonder how my family is 7 generations.
Mm. You got to
Meech.
think about it. You got it in you, or you don't. Because, like I said, just to give people a
Hmm.
good
Up close
information.
and personal fighters.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
it was up close and
My
personal.
family is up close and personal fighters,
And, and,
Meech, I'll give you an
and
example of what you just said.
including me. Up close and I love up close and personal fighting
oh yeah, that
because it
tested.
means you and me, one of us got to go,
And I like me better.
and
Yeah.
I'm
There you go.
Fair enough.
a hell of a lot better.
Yeah.
Mr. Meech, I got two examples of what you just said. Leningrad and Stalingrad. Urban warfare at its worst. How many men died in
Nah,
those battles?
nah. I'm gonna tell
Yeah,
you what
like
was even worse than Leningrad and
I can give you
Stalingrad.
one from where I'm from. Operation. There was one called. It was when they liberated port city of Massawa. It was called Operation Funko, February 1989.
Yeah.
That's
I,
going to
I,
be. They had. There was urban warfare. You're
stop
talking
talking to
about.
me about something I was there. Oops.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm. s- I'm sorry. I apologize for being from another country, but
Hey, hey,
you know,
Yeah, but you know I was there.
I'm sure you
Matter of
were. I'm
fact,
sure you were.
I ain't even gonna talk about no more. You know what? I'm gonna set my fucking phone down and let y'all talk.
I
hey,
appreciate it.
and
I love you
Cause
it's
too,
niggas like,
Uncle Calvin.
cause niggas like me believed in niggas like you.
yeah.
And
I
I don't leave
appreciate
that
that, sir.
alone.
All right, Sergeant Major.
I'm sorry, but you know, niggas like me believe in niggas like. Well, let me say,
No,
niggas
don't
like me
apologize.
believe in niggas like
I'll
you.
be. It would be an honor, sir. It would be an honor to follow your lead.
I'm gonna tell you what it is, right? A lot of times people don't understand this, and this is when and notice all the subjects come back to what the title subject is. You don't pick your wars, okay?
No, you don't.
They
You
pick
don't pick
you.
you don't pick your battles, and you sure as hell
They
don't
pick
pick the
you.
terrain. They pick you.
Ah,
And he's gonna fuck a
Yeah.
motherfucker up.
Let me get in here real quick because
It,
DJ Air Force up in the motherfucker.
I
Where's what
definitely came in here for the bullshit tonight. Okay.
oh yeah,
Um,
Well,
and
Saka
He,
Temu.
I'm gonna
he's an
say this
admitted
before you go.
gynecologist there, Charles. Before y'all
Oh
let know,
yeah,
he's an admitted
yeah.
gynecologist.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna say this before Z gets in. I'm gonna finish that statement before Z gets in and
Uh,
lay
go ahead.
the
Go
and
ahead.
lay
Shade
out a carpet
Master.
bomb.
Yeah,
See,
You
Mr.
already know.
Shade Master
and, and,
2000.
and see, this is what I mean by that. Because first and foremost, what I meant by, and everybody who's been to war or been deployed or been in the military knew exactly what I meant with that statement. You don't pick the terrain, you don't pick the battle, you don't pick the battlefield. It picks you.
Hmm. That
Hey,
makes
Go
Charles.
sense.
fuck
And
everybody
Hey,
else.
you know what? You know what my first deployment was?
well,
9/11. We were the first
mm,
ship out there. Look that
Oh,
shit up. LHA 5 Hello. I was in
mm.
Australia. I mean, I was in Hawaii on the docks when that fucking happened, and we were supposed to be getting on the water the very next day. I was on the dock waiting to call my ex-wife.
Mm. I was up.
Now
I
damn.
was at
imagine
cop.
that shit.
I was already in for 2 years, going to Coppin State and HBCU. Saw it on the things. We got activated.
Mm.
Okay.
Charles, when you ready for me with the bullshit, let me know.
Okay. I'm gonna just finish up real
Bad.
quick.
MC Air
Let,
Corps. Hold on.
And
Don't
I'll
get
tell you what
DJ no
my,
static first of
I
all.
uh,
If
can't
we're gonna
even tell
battle.
you my first deployment.
whew,
It's still classified.
damn. God damn. And I'm gonna tell you this when I
uh,
finish it off before I give the Z. It goes back into Stephco and the people like her. You don't pick the men. You don't pick the
Nah,
scenarios. You don't pick the
nah,
situation. They pick you.
nah.
you
Because
know what,
great
Charles?
men you don't walk across.
Yeah,
It's like
Charles.
Stephco want one of us, and you can't get one of us because dumb bitch, you won't pass us.
Exactly. And go ahead, Z.
Now, here we go. Thank you, Charles, for passing the mic.
Oh
Look,
God, gee.
right, you already know. Look, Homegirl is a super ultra mega super duper hypocrite. Let's call a thing a thing.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
between her and
Absolutely.
her
She
comment
female
section,
city with no
it,
honor.
and here's the issue, right? Oh, Steph not, and this is how you know that education when it comes to, excuse me for the cursing, when it comes to dick pussy shit, education don't mean anything, right?
Tick pussy,
Anything, because
pussy shit.
eh, Stepco is educated and she's an educator, and yet when it comes to her,
Yeah, she's a teacher.
she's a
And
teacher,
the
or
upper
at least she
God
class.
was
damn.
a teacher. I don't think she's a teacher anymore.
God
I think
damn,
she's
bro.
doing the YouTube
I
thing
hope not.
full time. but she
Ooh,
was right. So she when you see her speak, and I still feel sad for her, believe it or not, because I don't know if y'all watched her video, maybe the one after this one. She was speaking about the same guy that BGS reviewed that kind of left her hanging at the restaurant.
she put out another
She
one.
was
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
she put out
remember
another
that.
one maybe a day or two ago, and she was speaking about kind of the update of that, and you could tell she had just
Jesus
been
Christ.
crying. Her face, her eyes look watery, and I'm like, you super lonely,
Jesus
you
Christ.
ultra. But
Jesus
this
Christ, boy.
this this goes to one thing: women are pricing their own, and excuse my language for the ladies that are listening. Women are pricing their own pussy out the game, right?
Yeah.
It's not
They've been doing
men.
it. Yes,
Long
indeed.
time ago.
Yeah, it's not men. It's women who, as they get more educated, as they get more money, as they become more worldly or understand the world more, their bar is going up. There's nothing wrong with that. You have whatever standards you want. But when you price your own vagina out the game, you can't be mad that you only want 10, 15, maybe 20% of the men. That's not men's fault. That's your fault,
Give me five
right?
Hey,
seconds, Mr.
Mr.
And
Z.
Z,
In the
I mean,
middle
I
of
I don't
that.
mean,
see.
Hold on,
drop
hold on
that
a
I don't.
second.
down.
Hold on, brother.
Hold on a
Brother,
second. Hold on a second.
See,
Hold
drop
on a
that
second. Let
down.
me get you.
I
Let me get
dropped
five
it
seconds.
down
Hold
to
on, hold on.
10%.
Meech, then Pookie.
Oh my
The-
God.
Stop
So
doing that. Oh my
what?
God, just
I
wait.
didn't want. I didn't even want Mr. Z to stop. I just wanted to add on to what he was saying. Women don't
Oh,
understand
shit.
this. They don't decide how valuable they are to us. That's for us to decide. That's why it's called sexual market value. We are the market, unless they like women.
Yeah.
well, let me let Pookie go, and then I'll respond to that after he go. Go ahead, Pookie.
Okay, I was just gonna say she really ain't got nothing to complain about. I mean, she got a profitable channel with a whole bunch of dedicated thirsty simps ready for her, to pull out the gate. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why she's still chasing niggas like me because every time I see her face, it's just nothing. There's nothing there. I see nothing.
Oh, I
Well,
Plus,
want
not even
after
you
her.
know,
drama.
before give me
Oh, I want after her.
let's say what Ostefco's issue is, and we clearly know it. Ostefco is an assertive woman without put it this way. Ostefco's personality, if she was cuter, she could get away with the shit. Ostefco already told you what her issue is. She's not pretty enough to have the personality she got, and it's killing her. It's killing her because she know if she just was a little bit cuter to most men, she could be the same person. She would have been married already with two, three kids. And she
But
know it,
she's
and we
too.
all know it, and it's
But
killing her.
she's too goddamn goofy.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's that too. And
Can
here's the
I jump
thing.
in?
And here's the
You know
thing.
what?
It's the
Ooh.
real quick, real quick. It's the
Go ahead. Go
hypocrisy.
ahead,
I
Jake.
don't want us to miss. When I said hypocrisy earlier, I meant to what I said. What happens is we see, okay, you know what? Men, you gotta understand, yeah, you don't want to be used, and this is what she was saying on the next video over. Yeah, y'all don't want to be used, but you have to understand we put on makeup, we do this, we do that, and like, when I put everything together, plus my clothes, plus the time, it might be $250. Essentially, what she's saying is, and women do this often. I want you to buy me, but I don't want you to treat me like I'm a bought object, right?
Yes.
I want you to I want you to
Yes.
spend money on me, and I want
Yes.
you to wine and dine
Yes.
me, but I don't want you to ever throw
Yes.
in my face that you essentially paid for my time, paid for this sex, paid for this hotel, paid for this car ride, paid for the gas. I don't want you to ever bring that up. I just want you to do it, but never make me feel a
Hey, Mr.
certain
Z.
way that I pretty much. Go ahead, go ahead,
Yeah. Oh my
Hey, Mr.
God.
Z. Hey,
go ahead,
Mr.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Z. So it's like this,
Oh
and
my
right. So
God.
they want you to treat it. They wanted you to treat it. Don't complain about the energy it took to breathe in this air. Just be glad
Yeah.
the air is there for you to breathe in.
Mm.
Well, it's not appreciating your hard work as a man, right? It's not appreciating. Okay,
Oh
I
my
make.
Yeah,
God.
because
Let's say I
our
make
hard work,
$50,000 a year.
our,
Let's say I make 50.
our
Real
hard
quick,
work
I'm gonna
is
move
as
out the way.
easy as breathing.
Well, that's what they
That's why I
think.
gave that example.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's why
Oh, okay.
they think that our work and our effort is like as easy as just breathing.
Well, yeah, because they don't fully. This is the thing. W- Women want to be wined and dined. They just don't want. They don't actually appreciate what the fuck you're doing. They think
Yes.
they think
Yes.
because they came out the womb with a vagina, it's their birthright for
Yes.
you to do for them. And I
Hmm.
think what they're running into is that more and more men are saying no.
Oh.
And women could say whatever they want about black men. They could try to swirl and divest. We all got white friends and associates. Brad ain't checking. And if Brad is, he gonna be even worse because he see how thirsty you are. And he's higher
Excuse
up
me,
the
Z.
ladder. So you know that shit is gonna suck. But
Excuse me, Z.
but
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
Hold on, hold on.
pun intended by the way, pun intended. But keep going. Go ahead, go ahead.
Mr. Z.
Mhm.
I believe the word you're looking for, and it's my man Patrice O'Neill who once said, "You're not entitled to a man such and such." In fact, Patrice, when he talked
Yes.
about,
Yes.
yes, in fact, Patrice even said it like this, man. Ladies, you gotta sell us on what we're interested in buying, not what you
hmm
want to sell. You gotta
Well,
know what the man's looking for.
Yes. Yes.
this is
What
the
I
thing,
want
and
to
this is
buy.
you know why I like Ostefco the most out of all of these kind of talking heads, women talking heads on
What, you
YouTube.
checking out
Number
boards now,
one,
nigga?
well, no, no. What I mean by that is like
Shut the fuck up.
I like the fact that she's actually to me the
Mm-hmm.
most she speaks as much truth as you could possibly get from a woman that's not on this side of the manosphere, right? She's she is
If she can
hurt.
be honest.
She is. This is about as honest as you're gonna get. Trust me.
I'm pretty
Not
sure. I
on
know.
the manosphere side, but kind of still. Let me see. How am I gonna say this? She's still advocating for women in a particular type of way, but she's so open about her hurt and about her resentment, right? And about her anger for not
Hmm.
having a particular look and not being attractive to so many men. And as a and you could see that Ostefko understands she's approaching 40 and what that means, right? And she's enraged that she wants to kind of live this life with a man, but men aren't biting. And as much as and to me she's a prime example of like why this modern era isn't actually working for women, right? She's an educated sister. I actually think she's low key funny, right? Um, she's low key funny, but like Charles said, she is goofy, and I think I think she might be socially awkward and she don't fucking realize it.
She is
Because for
socially
you,
awkward.
Bro, it's
Yeah,
yeah,
she
evident
is.
that she's socially
yeah.
Mhm.
In
awkward.
Because if
other
you
It's
could,
words,
Oh.
evident.
I'll tell
yeah,
you.
go ahead, go ahead.
Here's a little secret. Believe it or not, I'm socially awkward. You know what my saving grace is?
What?
My awkwardness
You
comes
like
out at the
Lizzo.
right time. Huh? That I don't care what you want to do with Lizzo, man. Keep that to yourself. I don't care that she tossed her salad. That's nasty, boy.
Oh
Stop
no,
that.
bruh. Oh
Oh
god, bro.
boy, you
Oh
got some big
Jesus
ass
Christ,
spoons, boy. What kind of bowl you holding the
Uh,
salad like that in?
Oh,
no.
bruh.
No,
Hey,
this,
bruh.
this,
That
Now,
this, this, this,
now, I'm gonna tell
wait,
you.
hold on a
I'm gonna
second.
tell you
This
what it
nigga's like
hey,
is.
Tracy
Pookie whole
Morgan,
head
bro.
would
Bro,
disappear in
bro,
that
come
shit.
on now.
I'm
And
He
gonna
gonna,
tell you.
he
I'm
gonna
gonna
be
tell
no
like,
you.
bro, come
homo.
But
on
I'm
now.
gonna say this.
Bro,
No
come
But
on
I'm
homo.
now.
about to say this about the stuff code thing. I can be perceived by some people as socially awkward, except it's very timely. Like I just have what it's a God given gift, what people would say, Charles, you have perfect timing. Like what do you mean? Somebody will say something to you without even thought, you already have a rebuttal.
So you're an
So
asshole.
genuinely.
He's a lovable
Okay,
asshole.
And
nothing
it's
wrong with that.
funny, and what makes it funny is that one, I do have a look that women do like, and two, I can carry a conversation. There's many different aspects of me that carry over. Meaning,
Well, you are
okay,
a
this
cross
guy.
between Mark Henry and Isaac Hayes, so yeah.
Well, I look better than Mark Henry, but
Yeah, that's why I said a cross between Mark Henry and Isaac Hayes.
oh yeah, I got to be a little smooth. But even though Mark Henry's a cool
Hot
dude,
buttered
he's a
soul.
cool dude, and it's funny because when I look at these girls, she's so what really kills her. That's why I titled this the way I titled it, "The Tragedy of the Dark-Skinned Girl." You never
Mm,
believed that, believe it or not, Stephco has a pretty good complexion.
Yes, she does.
He does.
I
She
think so.
does.
I think so.
She has,
I
to
love
me,
it.
her fucking complexion is literally her
What
saving
black men
grace.
That's my
want.
favorite part of her look.
Complexion isn't the
Yeah,
issue. It's structure
It's what
and
black men
symmetry.
want.
but no,
Structure
but
and
hear this
symmetry.
part. Here it's not structure. It's the fact that she doesn't fucking believe it.
Mm-mm.
And that's what fucks me up.
Exactly, Sergeant Major. It fucks us all up.
She
She
is
Well,
beautiful.
she has, if she carried herself a certain way, she
Oh
would
my
get the
god.
men she wants. But here's the problem. She
yeah.
reminds me of my coworker who's now a sergeant. She's 41. If I showed you a picture of her, you would think she was 10 to 15 years younger.
She ain't getting no six.
She's 6 feet. One, she's 6 feet tall.
Oh, goddamn, too tall for you.
Well,
Um,
that's different. Stephco ain't no 6 feet tall. I
She's
don't
six
believe that,
feet
Charles,
tall.
man.
I mean, she's a lovely woman. It's just that she's very lovely. She's very down. But here's the part. Yeah, the weave doesn't help. And if she actually had a much more natural look, because women don't understand this, and I'm an artist. Symmetry is everything to me. That's why
Yeah.
I tend to know. That's why I tend to not like big women's faces because they get squared out and they look masculine to me.
Yeah.
oh,
If I draw a stylized woman, they're gonna have this softer face, not a square face, rounder. So it hurts
Not
me
round
when
like an
I see it.
egg.
It's square because when you get bigger, fatter, thicker, or more muscular, your
oh,
face becomes square.
yeah,
So
get
Well,
that fat head.
You know, Charles. And
The
another
whole
thing, it's this is the thing. The whole when she the video, the end of the high volume man. Let's call things things. And I didn't get to hear your intro earlier, so excuse me if I'm stepping on your toes and I'm saying stuff that you might have said earlier.
go ahead.
First,
It's just called
it's
remixed.
it first there will never be an end of a high volume man because throughout human history
no.
there have been men that stand over other men, that
Yeah,
stand above
yes.
other men, and then the women that covet those men. So there will never be an end of a high value man.
Are
Number
you
one.
mad?
Number two, for that, okay, even if there weren't men that stand above other men, there will always be a man that women want, large swaths of women want, and those
Because
men will
we're
just
Vikings.
by default be high value men. So like this idea with the problem that we're having all across the dating world, not just for women, not just for black
Yes.
women, not for
Yes.
men, women,
Yes. Yes.
no matter what race is, you cannot democratize the fucking love life. Your love life, your dating life, your sex life, other people's attraction of you. That's the one thing in life that we cannot democratize. Either people
Yeah.
like you or they don't like you. Either they want to have sex with you or they don't. Either somebody want to marry you or they don't. That's the way it is. And what Ostefco and other women, regardless of race, are running into is that it's the other side of you can't merit your way into a lot of this shit, number one, and you can't shame men into wanting you. You can't.
Yeah.
So what they're running into and Ostefco's running into, and you can even see it from because I've watched a bunch of her videos on her channel. You can see it in how she speaks. Is that it's low key like I wish we could kind of democratize this shit. I wish the fact that other people, men who may not find me so physically attractive would get to know me and my personality. The problem is Ostefco's resentment of her dating life is affecting her personality and is making her bitter. But her goofiness is kind of a really good mask for it. But what it reminds me of, and I'll back up after this. And I brought this up on me and BGS were talking about this a couple nights ago. It
go ahead,
reminds me of
nigga.
Alicia Garza talking to Ice Cube. If y'all saw Alicia Garza on Roland Martin when she was talking to Ice Cube, she had this smile on. But anybody who's ever been around black women for 5 seconds, y'all know when they want to rip your head off, but they got this fake ass smile on, but they really want to be like,
Yeah.
you
Uh,
fucking
That
nigga,
fake
I hate
smile,
you.
yeah.
So
You know what,
you
Z?
see that with Ostefco in her commentary for that particular the high volume man. It's this I can't stand these niggas. I can't
Hey,
stand Kevin. But she's being goofy and she's talking to her audience with it, and she's like kind of low key funny, but it's ripping her up inside because
Yeah.
even in her commentary she speaks about how like her spirit can't really take this type of commentary, and like for people like us who are kind of used to this, like in and I said this to Black Uru once, we're really intense in the Black Manosphere. For those of us that frequent Charles channel, Rogers channel, BGS's and Eds and all of these different channels, Bernards and everybody, we're pretty damn intense. I don't know if y'all know that. We be going to war with each other. We agree with each other. We joke on each other. And for women like Ostefco, they can't really that shit fuck with them. They can't deal
but
with it,
brother,
Kevin. What they
brother, can I?
I'm on the way in 20 seconds. What they don't understand is like Kevin is way more emblematic of most men than they would like to realize. And I don't think they really know how to deal with the fact that Kevin is just the tip of the iceberg. Y'all just got real comfortable over the past 40 years and y'all shamed men into pretending that most of us don't think like Kevin. But we do, and that's not just a black thing, that's a man thing. And I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah.
But look, brother, and it's another thing. I don't think the men she desires, the men of her ire, I suppose, I don't think that blame should be casted upon her, them because of her standards. Because I think you can make a fair argument, an extremely fair argument, to say that her standards are over fucking inflated,
No,
regardless of what she has to
I will
no,
say
say this,
or
if
what
I
her
may.
no.
education. Yeah, they
Can I
are.
get in here?
They
Oh,
Can
go
I
are.
get
ahead,
in
Mr.
They
here?
are
Rogers.
overinflated.
Go ahead, sir.
They're
Go ahead.
not
They're definitely
overinflated.
overinflated. She wants to. She wants
No,
the
they're not
same guys. Hold,
overinflated.
hold on. Can I explain my damn logic? She wants the
Go
same
ahead.
guys that the pretty. I listened to what she said. I watched quite a few of her videos. She wants the same guys that she's, in her words, that the pretty girls got with their pretty privilege. She wants those same
I
guys
agree.
with the
Yeah,
same. So
I
that means
agree.
her standards are. Hold on, exactly. If you agree, then that means her standards will be overinflated. Because if she thinks that she should get the exact same guy as someone who looks physically more attractive and can draw, has more sexual, I guess, leverage and more sexual
Now I'm
currency in
gonna
the
get
market,
vicious.
then
They're
if she
basically
thinks
making
that
men.
she should get the same outcome as someone who looks physically
Now
better
I'm gonna get
and has
vicious.
more to offer, then wouldn't that mean your shit is overinflated?
I'll say
Now
this.
let's get
For
Let
vicious.
example,
this. I'll,
hold on. I'll give you an
Now
example.
let's get
Hold on,
vicious.
Let me. I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example. I'll give you
you
an example.
asked
It's
him a
imagine
question. Let him answer the question.
Now let's
he
get
said he
vicious.
said he said no, but let me give you an
But
example
but
to
let me let,
emphasize it.
but hold up. But
No,
hold up. You said
now
it. But let him
your
answer the
example
question.
is gonna be falling on deaf ears. Just let me get
You
vicious.
Let him just
look,
explain it.
Because viciousness is what black men are. Bitch, my dick is 10 inches long and you can't handle it. Shut the fuck up, going about your motherfucking way and going down to the motherfucking bottom. You don't qualify.
Well, you know,
That's
Pookie,
being
before you
No!
said.
And
wait,
then
wait, real,
Becky said, but I don't qualify. No, bitch, you don't qualify.
well, you know, no.
true.
So let me
And
let
then
me let
when
me get
you
this out
tell
before
them
this.
and show them they don't qualify, then they get mad. And you can
You know,
say whatever you want after
for
that.
Then her standards are
Ostefco's. It's not,
overinflated.
Hold on. Go
and
ahead,
let me
Pookie.
address that because I'm Ostefco's issue. Yes, Pookie. Here's one way to think about it. Also, Ostefco's issue also is that, like you said, she the look doesn't necessarily merit what she's trying to go after, and so she
Yes,
tries
sir.
to overcompensate maybe
Yes.
with charisma, which she kind of
Yes.
from what we see on YouTube, she really don't got it like that, you know,
Yes.
with some goofiness, and but she does have personality. I give her
Yes.
that, but the
Okay.
bitterness is killing the personality. Because
Yeah.
She
Right.
don't
Stepco
qualify.
that wasn't bitter would be funny as fuck. That's the homegirl you go out with. But you could
Yeah.
the
She don't
bitterness
qualify.
is it's weighing on her shoulders, and you could see that shit on YouTube. So imagine if you knew her in real life.
Hey,
The
just Z.
Mr.
loneliness and
Here's
the
the
Z,
thing,
bitterness
if
Z.
I may.
is dragging her
But
down. Go ahead.
niggas are taking
Here,
baseball bats to her, telling you, bet you don't
Well,
qualify.
Meech, if I
here's
may.
I would have.
Me
I
Here's
wouldn't
the
too.
want
thing,
to
though,
go no
Z.
Hold
lower.
up, meet
Here's the
Scott.
thing, Z.
Okay.
Here's the thing,
See,
Z.
they're taking baseball
She's
back
Hold on,
to
been
her.
Sergeant.
Tell
Hold
her
on,
you
Sergeant
don't
Major. Hold on.
qualify.
Hold on, Sergeant
she's
Major.
Pistol
Hold
already
on.
man.
she's already been the home girl there, Mr. Z. That's not what she wants. In fact, not only
I
has
know.
she been the home girl, I don't know if she expressly said this, but some of them dudes she's been homegirls with have been the kind of dude she wants. And
She
he
said it. Yeah,
has
she did.
just treated
Yep,
her like a
yep.
homegirl, and that's the problem. She don't want to be the homegirl. She know how to be funny.
Nope.
It's not like she ain't got
Nope.
personality. She knows how to be funny. She knows how to have a good time with folks, but she's not trying to be, your buddy, somebody you kick it with and tell all the secrets to. She wants to be the guy. She wants to be the girl that the guy gets embarrassed in front of. But she's the girl that guys ask about other girls.
Yep, yep, yep. And that shit's killing. And I want y'all to understand why Ostefko is such a pivotal character in this conversation. Because believe it or not, most women aren't mahogany pink. Black women, we're saying, are not mahogany pink. They're not Lexus Exodus. They're not even Cynthia G. Most black women are Ostefko, whether they're educated or not. They're
What do you
Ostefko.
mean by that?
You
No.
know.
Stephco
So
got asked out.
what do you say
Mr.
that again?
Z.
I'm sorry.
Stephco decided that the man that asked her out wasn't good enough. And
Well,
that
Steph Co's in
motherfucker was
shape, so
10
let's give
times
her
better
some
than
credit.
Stephco.
Yeah,
Let's give
The
her some
around.
man is
credit.
sucking
She's in
What,
her
shape.
up. She
what did you
can't
mean by that, Z?
roll back.
What do I mean
Hold
by
on.
most black women are Ostefko?
No, what I
They
mean.
Yeah.
What do
they
you mean by Stepco isn't Cynthia G?
Okay,
Oh
so
boy, she's a
when you look
Cynthia
at
G and a motherfucker.
Cynthia G, you see first of all, we already know who she got a kid from and all of that other foolishness. Um,
Mm-hmm.
what I mean by that is the way Ostefco kind of masks her resentment or attempts to mask it, because we could see that shit clear as day. The way she speaks, the way she moves, I think she's more emblematic of that kind of class of black
Yeah,
woman than Cynthia
yeah.
G is, right?
More.
And
Okay, but you ain't talking about her being more Cynthia G being more attractive, are you?
no,
Fuck no, Cynthia G
Okay,
is nowhere near as
okay.
pretty as Stephco. Oh,
nah.
fuck. Stephco is
If you
way prettier than
Louis,
if you
Cynthia G.
Cynthia
made me
G's is
choose
functional, first
between
of all.
one, if I had to, I mean, you had to put a gun to my head, but if I had to, you already know who I would not pick. Let's see
I
if
Yeah,
would
y'all know
not
who I
pick
would
me
not pick.
Cynthia
same.
G.
I'm right there with you.
Stephco is
Yeah,
way prettier than
yeah.
Cynthia G. I
There's
don't think
because
Cynthia G is
at
a good
least
looking
one of them
woman.
is not advocating to abort black sons. So
Let me
we
say
could give
something
her
to
at
that.
Right.
least that.
Shout,
Yeah.
shout out to
Even
Let,
3000 GT Atlanta for the super chat.
all
Woo!
right.
right.
Tell them we got this, honey.
I just want to say
Woo!
something. I just want to add something to this.
Go ahead, go ahead.
What I've been meaning to say is like, first of all,
Oh, not the
hang on.
banging. The banging.
Chris
Oh,
Rock.
go
I remember
ahead.
Chris Rock.
bang.
You ain't know about
Yeah,
each other.
I remember Chris
Female
Rock.
defender
He
is
talked.
always funny in the comments, bro.
All right. I remember Chris Rock in Never Scared. He mentioned like the difference between men and women when they meet their friend's significant other. If a guy meets his boy's girl, right? He's gonna be saying,
Sorry about that,
"I
fella.
wish I had a girl like that," right? But if
Yeah,
a woman
I
meets
remember
her
this one.
girlfriend's man, she's gonna say, "I must have that man." And a lot of women
That
who are in Steph's, hang on. And a lot of women in Steph's position are like thinking, if I can't have that man, no one can, kind of way.
You
Because like
know,
it goes back to the whole entitlement thing.
and
You know what I'm saying?
even with that no, Namer, you know, even in the two videos, this one, the high value one, and then when she put out later, and I would like for y'all to, if you could stomach it, watch it. You know, what you see is, and even with educated women, that's the fascinating part, right? It's this
Yeah.
lack of understanding of the world they live in, because a part of them still wants to be. I hear it in the background. That's just hysterical. Um, but
Gotta turn it down.
I don't hear it.
Hey, 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 hey,
but
hey.
you know, it's this lack of understanding of the world they live in. They still want to be bought. Now, as a man that makes significantly more than the median income in America, I still don't understand where the hell
Yeah, we
women
know
are
you
coming
uppity,
from.
motherfucker. Get to the point.
No, I'm saying I still don't understand where women are coming from, still speaking about provider protector, but in this like grandiose way, right? Like,
Dude,
do
you
y'all
know they
not?
want to have their cake and eat it too, right?
Yeah, but first of all, okay, this is for me. This is what it comes down to. Either y'all want to make polygamy legal, so y'all could go fight Beyonce for her husband, or y'all could be eight, or y'all could be eight deep on Diddy. Dre just got divorced, so I guess 15 of y'all could
Take
go
that, take
deal
that,
with
take
him,
that, take that, take
right?
that,
Either
take that.
exactly, either y'all trying
That's
to do that,
hobby.
or you got to be willing to deal with the fact that the median man makes less than 40 grand a year. Like, how is this supposed to work with this grandiose understanding of provider protector? And what once again, what is fascinating about Stephco and why to me she's what we should kind of, if you want to say focus, I'm missing the word. She's emblematic of so many black women. It's because she's educated and an educator. That's what's so interesting about her, is that she should know
Mm.
better. But
Yeah,
once
but
again,
these
when it comes
motherfuckers
to
don't pay
like,
attention. They don't
yeah,
pay
Dude,
and
attention,
you're
and of
forgetting
course,
three
hey,
things.
hold on, let me
and
see.
let
Hold
me
on,
say
let me
this
see
one
it.
more
Let
thing,
me
and
see
I'll
it.
move out the
Hold
way.
on,
All right, go
Hold
ahead.
Let
up,
me
one
just say
at a
this one more
time.
thing, and
One
I'll
at a
move out the way.
time.
I'll say this one more thing, and Pookie got it because he was trying to go. But it
All
shows
right.
you that when it comes to relationships, once again, sex, marriage, dating, all of that intimacy, we revert to kind of our 12-year-old selves, right? We have like this emotional arrested development. And you would think for somebody that's approaching the age of 40, they would be more mature when it comes to understanding these things, but apparently not. And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, Pookie.
look, man. I know. Look, fuck this bullshit. Look, we gonna break this down. Fuck all the games. Look, nigga tree aside. Fuck this charisma shit. Cause look. I know these fucking females, man. Look, I know these chicks. I'm watching these chicks in these goddamn STEM programs. They don't pay attention. They don't read. These feminist chicks, they're educated the exact same way. That's why they're teaching these girls to act this way. They don't
See,
support actual. They don't support actual active learning, and that's another thing. These chicks are not paying attention. You got these feminists like Nicole or whatever her name was coming in. Then you got coming in with no knowledge, and you got Stephco, supposed educators with your YouTube background on statistics. I mean, this shit is just ridiculous. And it's ultimately just because they're fucking mad that they can't live in this goddamn fantasy because money doesn't grow on trees. And I don't know if you goddamn heard, but the U.S. is fucked. We're fucked, man. We've been fucking around with Wall Street, this goddamn financial market for too long,
Say
fucking
that,
around with these
Pookie.
damn super PACs and this bullshit ass credit that doesn't is it ain't even backed by no minerals. It ain't backed by nothing no more because if we ain't been backed by anything since Reagan got off goddamn the gold standard in the
it was
Now
goddamn
Nixon.
Nixon,
80s.
Nixon.
Nixon,
Oh,
Nixon.
Nixon, it was Nixon. So even it was
Even
70s,
further back, yeah.
even
Yeah,
earlier. So what the
it's
hell? So I mean, and Nixon just hyperinflated the shit. But now this is where we at. But I'm posted up with us young, me as a young nigga. Well, let me just be honest, Charles. Me as a young nigga, Z. Me as a Generation Z, young brother, I'm supposed to feel sorry. And me and my other young brothers, we supposed to feel sorry because you can't live in this fucking fantasy when our country is about to go to shit because we already have been overindulging for the past
uh,
70 years
Let,
without
let me
actually
let me answer
producing
that a
hold
little
nothing.
bit.
hold up,
Like,
hold up.
this is
Okay,
ridiculous.
okay.
Steph how she sees herself.
Just
She
to fuel,
wish.
just to,
She
just to fuel
fucking wish.
what? Just to do what, Mr. Z? Just to fuel a woman's dream?
I'm
Because that's
gonna
all.
put it to you this
That's
Well,
way.
all.
I'm gonna answer your question very
What?
candidly and very honestly.
I'm gonna go after Charles. Go ahead, Charles, because he gonna bring the hammer. I'm gonna put a velvet glove on it, but he gonna bring the hammer, no velvet glove.
I'm
Shout out
gonna
to
be
Black Uru.
honest. I'm gonna bring it very candidly. Steph could be a great woman for you if she even knew how to. There's no way in fuck you don't have connections. You're eating places. Yeah, you know a homegirl that can get you into places. You know a homegirl that can get you into business. See, Stephco, like many motherfuckers out there, do not, like I said this earlier, they don't put their best foot forward. They don't work on their strengths. They're so busy. This is the worst thing an athlete, a competitor, or a test taker can do. You're too worried about the other motherfucker instead of what you do best. If I'm the faster guy, what the fuck do I need to wrestle a guy who's stronger? I'm gonna hit you at your weaknesses. Especially if I'm too fast for you to fucking track. If I'm the bigger, stronger guy, what the fuck do I look like playing the speed game?
Shout out to Killer B.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta look at it from a very crazy person's view. Not even crazy, just a person who's just gonna tell you the shit that doesn't sound nice. Stephco fucks herself up. You know, I gotta go Vince McMahon. Stephco screwed Stephco. If
Yep.
she got out of her self-pretty prison, shout out to Frankie Beverly,
That's
her
fucking
se-
funny.
her self-pity prison. He actually says that on Feel That You're Feeling. Well, Feel That You're Feeling is the title. When you're in your self-pity prison, it's the same shit. Like, guess what? A lot of these dudes out here would take a Stephco, but Stephco would not be able to take herself.
Say
At
that.
There you
least
go.
take yourself seriously. At least take yourself enjoyable. There's times that I do something stupid or trip over something and I gotta laugh. She's not gonna do that
Yep.
at herself. You cannot. If you can't take you, why the fuck should I? If you're not able to date yourself, why should the next person? And
It's
trust me, since
self-esteem.
you said coming down with the hammer, fuck that. We coming down with the fucking axe. Fuck, come down with the fucking
Oh,
axe. Fuck that.
let me let me say this. You know what? All right. So
Music.
let me address it in a slightly different way.
Hmm.
I did a video speaking about how Disney, and it focused on Disney, but other advertiser channels and media conglomerates and whatever advertised to millennials, specifically millennial girls. So this is happening to Gen Z also, obviously. So
Uh-huh.
unlike, unless you were a younger Xer, but unlike Xers and Boomers, millennials were directly targeted with a particular type of advertisement, especially the girls. So the Disney exec admitted, "Oh yeah, we went after the girls. We sold them a particular lifestyle." And so remember, Ostefko's under the age of 40. She's like 38 right now or something like that. 37, 38. So
Hmm.
as a millennial, you have to understand that, like, in I'm addressing Pookie because Pookie said something very profound. Yes, the fantasy, they can't let it go because they were hit with the fantasy at such a young age. And what you're seeing with women across the entire Western world is they can't let the shit go because
Happy go lucky.
billions of dollars was targeted. Now, it's not men's responsibility to, and I said this in the video, it's not men's responsibility to disabuse them of this fantasy. I'm somewhat sympathetic because I know your little 7, 10, 12, 15-year old mind can't process that you're being hit with billions of dollars of advertisement about a particular lifestyle. So now, even when you're an adult and even an educated adult, you can't let that shit go. And so many women are finding themselves single and miserable, because I don't necessarily think just because you're single, you're miserable, but single and miserable because they're coming into contact with men that they that for them it's like, oh, you're not good enough, you're not good enough, you're not good, even if the
Miserably
man is
single.
doing better than them,
A
you're not good
lifestyle
enough. And so
that most
they're
people ain't even living. Don't even
that's going to be
matter.
women's problem. Go ahead.
Most people can't. Well, most people, the people can't even afford that now. I'm talking about people that are like in their prime now, right now. The generation that's on top right now can't even afford that. How the fuck are we going to afford that shit? Explain to
Well,
me
Here's another
how the
thing to
fuck
look at. Here's
that's
a
even look.
disrespectful to look
How is
at.
that going
Oh,
to
go
be
ahead.
possible?
I'm going to
How
address
is
that.
that
Let
going?
Charles read his
How is how is that going to be possible? Let me just say this. How is that
mhm.
going to be possible with 30% inflation every 5 years? How the fuck is that possible?
I'm gonna
It's
tell you
not,
why
but
it's
you're,
possible. It's
go ahead,
gonna
Charles.
be possible because guess what would have saved these motherfuckers from inflation? If you would have had
Government
motherfuckers
handout.
married to it, if you would have had
Uh oh.
motherfuckers married I know I'm about to hit y'all with some heavy shit. If motherfuckers would
Uh-oh.
have been married, you would have saved money in this country. You would have
Mm-hmm.
had
And it's
one
all you.
household per woman. So if you had one household per woman, a woman spends about 3 times to sometimes 4 times as much as a man. So
Yes.
you would have saved 5 times as much because that man would have been like, "Wait a minute, bitch, don't do that, don't do that." Shout out to Sun
And
is
that's why
hot
they
raw.
left.
Exactly.
That's why they
Shout
want to
out
get around because you telling them the fucking truth.
exactly. Shout out to Sun is Rod huh? Sun is hot raw. Hey Charles, I find it interesting that us black men have to do all this explaining and exploring of our women just to find a way to get them to act right, which no other man does with their women. Of course. You know what the pitiful thing about
Exactly.
it is? I'm at a fucking community college,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm around young, fertile, happy-go-lucky 19 and 23-year-olds. And it's funny, like, they'll be like, you can see a little bit of gray in the front of my beard. Do you know what that would do to, like, some of them girls?
Get
And
their
all
attention.
the,
Think you're distinguished.
and all the fuck you gotta do is keep yourself in shape.
You know, Charles, let me address Sun is Hot Raw real quick. Yes and no. Because we can see what some of this shit is doing. I like me and BGS have spoken about this. And actually Nameless also. Look at China in 50 years. In 50 fucking years, bro. Between the one child policy making well between people deciding to have boys instead of girls because of the one child policy and because
Uh-huh.
they babied that one child to death, which you have now is women being, and especially from about China's middle class and up, being so self-obsessed that they're asking men to come to them with 2 apartments, a nice luxury car before they could even consider it. And this is for like moderately looking middle class Chinese women and up, right? So
Mrs. Z.
it what you're saying, Son is Not Raw, is it's somewhat true, but we can see from different communities and they they're not going through exactly the same thing, but when you start looking at developed nations, certain developing nations, the women are just regardless of the community or the nation, the women just have an insane idea of what men should be doing. And maybe this is the problem with feminism if unchecked, right? Because women just never think that there's a ceiling, right? And they bump into the ceiling and knock themselves out. It ain't men, right? Once
Mrs.
again,
Z.
I contend. I'm moving on in like 20 seconds. And
All
once
right.
again, I contend that it's not men. Men are the same as we've always been. It's women who have put the bar so high that they're making themselves miserable, right? And I'll pause right
When
there.
you think, all right, when you think about what you just said right there, especially like if you remember 2016, remember that music video? No house, no car, no love. Z.
My bad. Go ahead. Say that again. I'm sorry. I was
Do
reading
you
a comment.
remember? Do you remember like in 2016 there was that Chinese music video where a bunch of women were singing "No house, no car, no love."
Oh no, I didn't even. Whoa, I didn't even know about that. No.
There was a music video about it in China.
Hmm.
It was Mando Pop.
You see, like
They were singing
that.
like "No house, no car, no love."
Well,
But
we
I can
what do
tell you
we have in
also,
America and in
mhm,
Britain? We have the quote what no romance without finance. Well,
uh-huh.
women never scale that up. You keep on scaling that up, you're the one who's going to be miserable. If you keep
I
on
can
saying
give
no
you
romance
other
without
examples
finance,
of that
oh
shit.
well.
I can give you
Right,
other
go ahead.
examples of women who were
Hmm.
raising the bar. Like there was a documentary I watched. It was about women in Thailand trying to get foreign husbands because a foreign husband was like a status symbol and a guarantee and supposedly a guaranteed uh, bump in social status and whatnot, especially in their home villages. Like I remember watching like this one woman who was married to a foreigner, but most of the men they get are usually like the woman end up being like their second or third marriage maybe, and some of the husbands are like way older. But then again, I've seen here how many can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah. I've seen here how many European men have married foreign brides, whether it's Southeast Asian, um, uh, Latin American, Eastern European, and you see the same thing. It just comes in different forms. Women thinking they can trade up or they're entitled to something better
And
because of this thing. I remember
everybody
back
think that
home
we can climb uphill, and I'm trying to tell people,
yeah.
the black community in America, at least, because of the history,
Mhm.
slavery, Jim Crow, and kind of how
Yeah.
they caught black people right as they was coming out of the civil rights movement and hit the women with,
Mhm.
hey, we got feminism for y'all, betray your men. So black Americans got hit with it in a particular way. Nobody got hit with it as hard and first. But what I'm telling everyone is, like, if you keep on scaling up in the next 50 years, there will be no uphill. Everybody's trying
Mr.
to
Z,
climb
I can
uphill,
tell
and there
you,
will be no uphill. Go ahead.
Mr. Z, I can tell you,
Hmm.
you can see even more prominent in the. I mean, because you're Caribbean, I'm African. In our own homelands, we've seen in similar
Yep.
examples like that.
Yep.
I mean, do you remember Eddie
Or
Grant's song? Do you remember Eddie Grant's song "Give Me Hope, Joanna"?
No, no, no. Go ahead.
He's talking about apartheid being brought, but he talks about Joanna as a black woman helping apartheid. But I've seen, but I will
You know,
say, I remember how
no, I just wanted to
many.
address casual observer. So, brother, I agree with you. What I'm saying is, I don't I don't want to kind of give women the pass with feminism. So I don't always use it. I don't always say it because I don't want them to use it as a crutch when they finally come to the realization when they're like 57. So so I'm just kind of explaining to them, like, you understand that you're fucking yourself, right? I mean, like, literally
oh,
and
that'll never
figuratively.
be an
You,
excuse.
right?
They've
Like,
they've
As
done
I
exactly.
was
So
saying,
twice and they're doing the same shit they did
okay,
in the '60s.
yeah, yeah,
as I
and
was
I think,
saying,
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
because like you're Caribbean, I'm African. We've seen it with the women in our respective parts of the world when it came to white men, because or men of a Western passports or whatnot, because they thought that's a guarantee to a better life and things like that. What they believe they want. And I remember in my generation now, there's been a big emphasis. There has been somewhat of an emphasis on that, even more so.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You
Okay.
xed out.
What's going on?
You
Yeah, you
xed out,
cut
Namer.
off. I just wanted to say
Hey,
something. Okay. Go ahead, Beach.
all right. Hey, so here's something, Mr. Z, with what you were saying. These women are delusional. So we're talking
Okay,
about them raising the bar, right? Well, demanding more, right?
okay,
How do you demand
You're echoing a little bit,
90?
Meech. I don't
How
know
you
who it
demand?
is. It might be you, but I don't know who it is.
Yeah, I think it is me. I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna hop on off. But how do you?
Okay.
They're over here demanding 75 out of a 75 or 85 level out of 100, right? And they've never even had 45 or 50 as a group. They don't even know what 75 or 85 even looks like. They may not even be able to handle 75 or 85. But they're asking for it for the sake of asking for it. Do you realize that these women are competing with each other on over to see who can demand the most out of us, whether they deserve it or not? You got women up here saying
yeah,
you can have it
yeah,
all, who
Wait,
themselves
Meech. I can't
don't.
let you get away with
yeah.
that. Say that again. Say that again. Say what you
You
just
have
said again.
women
Mm-hmm.
demanding it all,
Yeah.
who saying
Competing
that you
with
can have
each
it all.
other.
Yeah. I've said that before. Understand this. Understand a
Yeah.
lot of what
Yep.
we're dealing
Yep.
with.
Yep. Yep.
A lot of what we're dealing with. If you look at the weave that's down to the back of their fucking legs,
Mm-hmm.
if you look at the goddamn tattoos, if you look at
Yeah,
the twerking any goddamn where they want to wear,
yeah,
if you look
actually,
at wearing next to fucking nothing, if you're looking at the
yeah,
badass
actually,
fucking
no,
attitudes,
I
right? It's all them competing with each
tonight,
other
Molly,
to see who can get away with the
Lord,
most.
Lord. Maybe
In other
20 bucks.
words, I wanna outdo the next woman and ask it
It's
or
fuckery.
demanding from men the crazier and crazier and crazier shit. I want and
The fuckery
we
Olympics.
see it, right. It's a arms race. It's a okay. I want the most baller ass black dude. No, I want the most baller ass black dude. Well, I want the most baller ass Asian dude. Shit, I want the most baller ass white dude. Shit, I want Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
Yo,
Now
I'll
let's
give
see
you an
how bad I can
example,
treat each
Cam.
one of them.
Okay. I'm watching that fall apart.
Hmm.
I'm really watching it fall apart. As all y'all talk that shit, I'm watching it fall apart.
Mm.
Well,
I'm
it
And I'm
sure
is.
you
gonna
I
get
wa-
mean,
some.
I want
look. Okay, go ahead.
for y'all to say this. I'm gonna give you the. I'm gonna give you where it's gonna fall apart. I-70. Do y'all know what I-70 is?
No.
The expressway?
That's a that's a cut across the United States to the West Coast. That's a cut across from the East Coast to the West Coast. You get on 70, you can go from one end of the country to the other end. I'm talking 60 miles above, 60 miles below. It's going to change within the next 15 years. You know
Oh
why?
wow.
Because
Why?
here's the reason why. Mrs. Z, you asshole, you're the reason why. People are listening to you up and down that line. And they're looking at, I don't want this, I don't want that. Younger men are looking at, well, let me go on and do this, let me go on and do that. Let me do this whole corridor. Let me go into the military and get my shit together and come back. Let me do some of the things that the Faulkner initiative is. But women are not paying attention to that. We want true women. We don't want you with nothing else. I don't give a shit. You may be a 5. You may be a 4, but you're sexy. You're beautiful. You're what I want. Along this 90, well, along this 70 corridor, you're going to see that.
Wow.
40 miles above it, 40 miles below it. You're going to see that. You know why you're going to see it? Because men are saying, this is what I want. Please, and men are, and it's not that men are saying it as a bitch. Like, please give me what I want. Stop doing that. This is what I want. Just be a woman. Within the next few years, you're going to see that corridor 40, 40 miles above it and 40 miles below it. These women are going to give men what they want. And it's going to fuck women up nationwide.
Hmm.
That's the trucking
You know,
lane.
you know what's funny, Sergeant Major?
That's the
You hit
trucking lane.
you hit that nail on the head about just be a damn woman. Nobody's asking you to be Beyonce or Kelly Rowland. No, just be a woman.
No.
Just be a
Be a
damn
woman.
woman. Just play your role. But you've been taught there are no gender roles. We're all fluid, which is a goddamn bullshit. Because shout out to the master teacher who's in the building. Um, hopefully, if he got a chance, he could get on.
I was about to say, BGS, could you come up, please?
It was back.
Don't bring my master teacher. God damn it. He always tear my head off.
It's like
I love it.
it's like this. It's no different than being in the army. Nobody's asking everybody to be a Green Beret and Army Ranger. Just be a soldier.
No, just
Just
be
be
a
a soldier.
soldier.
Do your role. And it's the same thing with the women. Do your role.
And you know what? You know what's gonna fucking happen so bad? A lot of women's gonna find out like I don't have to do all that. A
Well,
man
you know,
wants me just to be a woman, and
it,
that strong, independent woman thing from Pepper from I-70, 40 miles up, 40 miles down. It's going to kill a lot of women because
Hmm.
these women are going to be like, these men
I,
just want what? They just want me to be just a nice girl, smile at them,
Respectful,
respectful, and talk to
decent,
them. And
and try to be
they'll
be
be asking me
a good
like,
ear.
what your mama do? What your grandma do?
Well, I could tell you this, Sergeant
And
Major.
that fucks a lot of them women up. Like, what your mama do? What your grandma do? Well, my
Hmm.
grandma is this, and my grandma. Well, let me use your grandma.
Well,
And
Sergeant
that
Major,
killed.
I could tell you this.
Oh man.
Hold on,
I could
Sergeant
tell you
Major.
this. This is for Xers are gone. You could Xers are out there. The ones that are single, the women, they're done. Millennials for the most part done. Gen Z, the oldest ones done. So maybe we could work on younger Gen Z and Generation Alpha and whoever's gonna come after them. But
Hmm.
everybody I just listed,
I'm
they're
just
they're
like,
gone.
Nah,
Yeah,
baby.
they out there. They're
Nah,
done.
baby.
that's it.
Let me tell you something about all
Hmm.
that. When a man like me, like you grab, like you roll up on me, and I'm just, let's say I'm a truck driver. I'm probably 30. Let me drop my age down to 30. Like, what your grandma do? Like, you want me a grandma? And you
See?
take him to grandma. And this boy's got a good, he's got his own truck. He's driving over the road. He's doing what we call the right thing.
And
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 he
see
ain't do.
and see
And
Sergeant
as
Major,
soon as
I
he
gotta
reach,
see Sergeant Major. See the crazy thing about it, I'm not afraid of guys doing the right thing because the burden of performance always been on the men. It's the
yeah,
women. The women.
yeah.
Remember, I've always said this.
Ooh.
Everything the women asked for, black men gave you.
And we're
Every,
pushing it back.
And
And
it was
men,
never enough.
and the men are pushing it, and the good men are pushing it back. I'm gonna
If
make
I
you
may,
be
what happened to Z? Oh, he must have got up.
try
he just
to be what I want you to be because grandma and great grandma's like, baby, that's a good man.
All right, go ahead, name it.
I come from a
Uh,
traditional society and whatnot, but when I think of Stephco, I realize she reminds me of somebody who had it but lost it. But
yes,
does anybody remember the name Aaron Drake Lee?
yes,
Jesse Williams' ex-wife.
yes.
Now you look at her and look at Stephco.
Had it lost.
Stephco would want to be in that position when you think about it, if she could, but
Hmm.
she can't,
No, she
and
can.
that's what's messing her up. And when we talk about the
No,
burden of
no,
performance,
that's cocaine.
She
can
just have to pay
she?
for it. She can. She
Yeah.
gotta do. She gotta do what Shorty did.
All
Pay
she
for
got
it.
to do is get off that bullshit. I got an education.
She just gotta pay for it, like me.
Yes.
Okay, but
You paid for
Charles,
it
Wait,
already.
wait, wait, real quick. Name it before you finish. Don't let what Charles said slip you up. Because I was trying to hurry up and say it before he said it. I was trying to come back up, but exact. Homegirl paid for Jesse Williams, and as you can see,
mm,
once he got on, he outed as right?
Hold on,
So
do
Yeah.
that thing again. That's how Jesse was. Like all you gotta do, the one you do the opening. That's how
oh,
Jesse was. He put the turbos on that bitch, boy. He put.
right.
Including the
No,
Mrs.
no, no,
J.
no. He
So
was like, he was like
wait,
Anderson
Prince,
Paak.
I wasn't done yet. Real, because Stephco. This is the funny part, right? We talk about men buying women. Let's be honest.
Okay.
Stephco don't got the money to buy the nigga she want.
Now see that about
Right? So the men
Mrs.
she
J.
want ain't buying her, and then she don't got the money to buy the men that she want. Not only that, let's be honest. I don't think she has the personality, at least in this stage of her life, that she would want to spend that money even if she had it, because she wants you to, at least she wants you to be a really good actor and it feel authentic. And that shit's fucking her up. Oh, that shit's
You
That
know
is a
what?
facade.
you know. I'll move out the way.
I'm gonna take this one, Mrs. J. I ain't even gonna lie. You would be honorable and have a step up. Shut the fuck up. Don't even say I'll cover you wrong. But Mrs.
Hey
J,
Charles, before we continue,
Mrs. Z,
Stephco would be on suicide watch if she dated me.
You could make a Stephco a honorable woman.
That would be
And don't
incorrect.
say you can't.
First of all, I'm not tall enough for old Stephco.
Don't say you can't.
That would
Don't
be.
say you can't. That would be an honorable woman for you.
That would be
Z, how
interesting.
tall are you again?
I'm 5'9". I'm not tall enough for her. I'm a bald
You're
nigga and
damn
I'm not
right.
slow like Charles. Pass it to Charles.
You're tall up for her, and you can make her an honorable woman. And don't even talk that shit. Yeah. You
I
want
will
to talk
say
that
this,
shit, Mrs. A? Yeah.
I don't have a problem with average looking women neither. But Stephco personality, yeah, bro, she'll be on suicide watch if she fucked with me.
You know what, Mr. Rogers, Sergeant Major Rogers, sir. Sergeant Major Rogers, sir.
Wait a minute. Let me give her a point. She be on suicide watch. She be on suicide watch. No, she wasn't, because you wouldn't allow it.
Shit.
No,
Wait, you said I wouldn't lie, or you said I would lie? I didn't hear him. What he saying? I missed it.
He said you would.
She wouldn't be on suicide watch because you wouldn't allow it, because you're too much of a man to allow her to do that.
I don't like how you try to read me, sir.
That motherfucker. Yeah.
There's an army
He's
man
low
who's
key.
supposed to
You
read
know
you
what,
out.
Charlie? He's low key right though. He's low key right. I wouldn't, but
All right.
as I've been dating anyway, I'm a blue collar dude and I don't make enough.
I like
Even
the
though
dis-
I'm in the top third of
You
incomes.
do make enough.
Well, you
You
put a lot of
damn
Jamaicans out
right.
of
You
work with
do
your
make
ass.
enough. No.
Well, that's
You
the job
call
you
a men
got.
like me and you, we do make enough. I work for Anheuser-Busch.
She need a Charles in her life. That's what she need.
Nah, she don't need Charles, 'cause I make more than Charles. I work for Anheuser-Busch, and we do make enough.
Oh, my
Anyway,
Charles in my
if I
line.
may.
Charles in my line.
okay.
No, you're not.
I work for Anheuser-Busch, and I've been there for like 19 years. I'm getting ready to retire again.
Congratulations
I
on
got
your
two
time, sir.
retirements. United States Army rank. I got a retirement from the military. I'm getting ready to retire from Anheuser-Busch. And tell me I don't make enough money to retire.
Hold up, Sergeant Major.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I'm about to give everybody their last thoughts.
Actually, I wanted to get a few things off my chest.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
let's get it off the bird.
Get it
All
off.
right. I just wanted to get a
That
couple
was
things
hysterical. You just gonna let Charles get away with that? Did you hear what he said? Hysterical. Go
out.
ahead.
Yeah. I thought I'm a skinny motherfucker. I own up to it. All right, so I'm cool. Anyway, like Charles said about the burden of proof. One song that comes to mind for me, and yes, you can clown on me all you want about this, but I grew up listening to Wham, and they had a song called "Everything She Wants." Listen to that
Oh,
song.
God. Damn, Wham.
I'm one of the
God.
people who grew up listening to Wham. I still listen to George Michael.
Hey. I'm in that gray area sometimes. But anyway,
I don't give a shit
but,
if he was gay or not. Motherfucker made good music. Shit.
yeah.
Go
That's
with it,
the
baby.
I mean,
that's the
Fast Love is one of my favorite tracks.
fast
But
love is
anyway,
the shit. Send me
yeah.
pick me ups, please.
Freak,
Like,
Go
the
ahead,
first one,
baby.
Freak
I'm
was
with
also a
you.
good song. Freak was a good song.
yeah,
But anyway, that song, but also what I was trying to get at is like
damn, she got some
Carrot's
titties.
nature
there
is my good
is.
friend.
Oh, by the way, Charles,
Hmm.
somebody in the chat was curious to know who that chick on the thumbprint of this on the thumbnail is. You know, dark skinned chick with the dreadlocks,
Just a model.
just a
Just
model.
tomorrow.
And remember,
Hmm.
I put that on there purposely
She's cute as
Hmm.
hell.
The
because
darker the berry,
I've
the
seen her
sweeter the
before.
juice.
it shows you that
Or have you?
because what of the it shows you that a lot of these women make up excuses why they don't get dates, why don't they get married. Oh, but y'all don't find dark skinned women attractive. No,
Bullshit.
I find
we
him very
actually all
attractive.
said we actually said that Stephco has a beautiful complexion. We actually
Sexy,
Yeah, but
beautiful.
anyway,
And
but
and
anyway,
over here with Team Kelly rolling over Beyonce.
yes, Beyonce
damn
never
right,
looked as good as Kelly, and she
damn
knew it.
right. Anyway, as I was saying, just to piggyback what Sergeant Major was mentioning here. All the men are going to be doing, the Great Falk, join the military, Great Falcon Initiative, all this and that. Eventually, some of them just going to be like, fuck this, SYSBM. You know what I'm saying?
I'm getting ready to do that.
I mean, just like the Mad Bus Driver X. Shout out to that nigga. Some of them
Hate
may
to
have to
say
go to
it, but
where they're
I am.
celebrated, not where they're tolerated. I mean, I mean, one of our own, we have to give him his props for that, Sergeant Ingram, Semper Fidelis. He's been
Hmm.
married for 30 years, now a grandfather.
Hmm.
And he's
Congratulations to
still handling
Granny.
it up in Finland. Just an hour ahead from me.
Congratulations to him and the new baby, the new grandbaby.
I'll go
I'm
next.
not, go-
You know.
not
Let's end it out with this. I wish the best for Ostefco. The eggs
I
ain't
do.
all gone yet, right?
I do.
They ain't all
I do,
scrambled.
right, and they not all scrambled. So I
High risk
do wish the
pregnancy
best for
still.
her because I could see the bitterness and the resentment, but it ain't full on. She ain't neo-Nazi with it yet, right? There's still hope there somewhere. And, but it is sad because you can hear the hypocrisy. You can hear the like the lack of understanding, and I really want to have a conversation with her. Like when I reviewed her video way back when. um she when she put her comment, I was like, yo, I would like to interview you, and I still want to extend that to her because I think there's just I want someone to say it. If it's not me, I want someone to say it to her, like, what the hell are you talking about? This is the reality, point blank, period. Half of men earn this. This is what people are living. Deal with it, right? And I wish we could have somebody that just say that shit, and then women have to come to terms with that. But what we're doing, and what a lot of this YouTube space and even some of the brothers are doing, is like, you got to build this and you got to have this and bullshit. These are the numbers. Women deal with it. How you gonna do? These are the numbers. So either y'all gonna be on some same sex shit, or y'all gonna make polygamy legal, and like I said earlier, 15 of y'all lap up with Diddy, 20 of y'all with Bill Gates, 15 of y'all with Jeff Bezos, whatever the hell. But y'all gonna have to deal with the fact that this is what American men are living, Western men are living. I mean, I don't know, I don't know how this is supposed to work for y'all, and until we have that conversation, women are just gonna make themselves miserable, and the men that are not understanding what's going on make them miserable, make their sons and their
Fucked
daughters
up.
miserable. It's just gonna be a cascading effect, because
Misery
quite
loves
frankly, they
company.
have just go ahead. But and I'll end it out with that. Just this shit ain't looking good, and it's sad because, like I said, the video that she made after the high value video, you could see it on her
Hmm.
face, man. You could tell she had been crying. and it's so fucking sad. And like as a person who has an older sister and a
Come
younger
on,
sister
drop
and
it.
girl cousins, it's just
My
like, oh
man,
my
my
god,
aura.
I could tell
I
like
just want
this shit
Hold
you
is
on,
ripping
Sergeant
her up
Major.
apart.
Hold on,
Yeah, yeah.
Sergeant
around.
Major.
But yeah, you could tell this shit is ripping her up inside. But like these are your own stand. Like
See,
this is you're making yourself miserable,
because I know
and you're
Bosh
blaming
and
it
all
on the
them are
fact that you may not
dropping.
have a look or you may
Because I
not be
want to
pretty,
really do it
and
on
it may
Rob
not
shit.
necessarily be
You
the
know
pretty
what?
shit. And I'll end it with that.
I want to
Thanks
drop
for
it
having
on a
me up,
brother
Charles.
that.
All right. I'm just gonna say it's always fun. You gotta make it always special and interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And
My turn. I'm going to drop my lie.
okay, go
All
ahead.
right.
Like I said, I wanted to do that thing with you for the thing. So, but I was but as far as the young girl, she is beautiful. I don't understand why she's doing that. Mrs. Z, I want you up when I drop this money for this one project I want to do. I want to do it on Roger, but you know what? I want to do it with one of my army brothers. Don't care how much we get off of it. I just want to do it on you. But it's simple fact, but it's supposed to just respect brothers. All you brothers out there, when this one drop, come around and listen. So I'm gonna try to get some of the best. I'm gonna try to get Black Uru over here and some brothers that can just bring super perspective.
All right. And we're
Because
gonna.
you
Okay.
brothers just bring this great content, and I want brothers to hear great
Thank you,
content.
sir. Thank you,
Thank you. And to that,
and thank
And
you
I'm willing to
for
pay
your
for it.
input as well, sir.
thank
And
you.
I'm willing to pay my money to hear great content.
Thank you. And thank you for your service and your support. Woo! And we out, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night.
Ooh, yeah. Rick Where in the Macho